want to get into and then don't.
Baseball's great because there's no commitment required. You just kind of do it, which is watch a game. Like, you don't have to know anything.
That seems fake, but okay.
I do love the Savannah Bananas. They are pretty fucking
The Savannah Bananas are so good.
I'm in their lottery all the goddamn time and never get into it. It's very upsetting.
Mm-hmm. Same. We've been trying to get in for a bit. But...
yeah, it's heartbreaking. But anyway, baseball aside, like I said, if you get me talking about it, I can. The last thing I'll say about Garrett probably is like a lesser version of like Derek Jeter in that he has a little bit of power, but mostly he's a contact guy, and he can kind of like play the whole infield. But I don't think he stays with one team his entire career. I think he very much like, you know, goes where the money is.
Mm. And he's currently lost his mojo because he can't hit the ball.
He's going through a slump.
Yeah, he's going through a slump.
He got like hit on the elbow by a pitch and like, oh fuck, and he's been like, you know, he has to like get over the yips.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so after a very arduous time, all the way out in Fortuny Soul, dangers, murder, assassinations, and all manner of friends and enemies from the past, the group, now known within Vreeland as the Fortune's Accord Guild, a deal company.
That was never signed.
Oh, it really wasn't wacky enough.
But that is dead. Hopefully.
Made their way, after some finagling by Frey, to a ship. The very eventually ill-fated Crimson Angler. The quickest ship that they could get onto with some finagling to get them to Milo Harbor so that, well, for Frey it would mean not having to walk. For everyone else it would mean a quicker journey to the eventual destination of Vekania and Artavishta. And as satisfying as it was for a few days to have something a little more relaxed, a little more upbeat, a little more salty, and less dangerous, at least. A few days in, the worst happened, and the captain was killed. Fortunately, there was trust in Frey, both from the crew and the logical members of higher rank aboard the ship, and Frey was able to vouch for the rest of his companions, and you lot were tasked with helping to find out what happened. It was a mess, to put it simply. A hunt for a bludgeoning that didn't occur, a poisoning that did, a missing person who it turned out was also murdered and butchered, and, well, a possibly dying Rowan now on the ship and poisoned. But in the end, you got your man, as it seems Mr. Marley, the ship's cook, was tasked with the murder of the very well-respected old man, Mr. Forsyth, a sailmaker and bosun's mate, who was here to retire, essentially, but apparently he had some demons still in Vreeland, and they came a-calling and used Marley as the delivery system. But everything went wrong. But you all were able to put it right with just a little bit of pressure on the man and, well, a little bit of bullheadedness from Roman. Eventually, he was put to death, along with the unfortunate Mr. Felt, who stole from the captain and was killed first. But with the issues out in the open and everything hopefully a little bit better, things could finally continue, and the afternoon would lead to a couple more days' journey. So, I ask unto you all, as it always is. The afternoon grows long, grows hot for at least a little while. The mental exhaustion of watching an entire close crew at each other's throats, fighting, arguing, and distrustful, finally coming to an end. But for now, you are still aboard the Crimson Angler. You still have days left on your journey. Rowan, Strieg, Frey, Garrett, Mira. With your allies also cleared and trusted, what do you guys do?
Die, I guess.
Yeah, we probably want to make sure that Rohan is either confined to bed or a chair at like all times, so he doesn't accidentally fall over the side of the boat.
I'd probably go back to my hammock. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like also just so many people have died so quickly that I think even without the poison, Rowan is like overwhelmed a little bit. Just like, this is not what I was hoping would happen here, but all right.
The estimate, by the way, is that with no stops, you would be reaching Milo Harbor at sometime late at night so about 2.5 days.
Okay. Will I live that long?
That's up to a doctor who's an expert in poisons to decide.
Which there are none.
Oh.
Frey is going to approach Garrett because Garrett has all the answers. You really don't think there's anything we can do for him? There, no antidote. Maybe if we could find whatever poison is left, someone could figure something out.
Well, basically, he threw up. Did Rohan actually throw up earlier?
Yeah.
He threw up?
Yes.
Okay, so he threw up. So the number one thing you can do with poison, and I'm gonna be honest here, my experience with poison is someone ate the wrong berries while we were out in the woods. The number one thing you can do with poison is to try to get it out of your stomach. And since he already threw up, there's not much more we can do, because whatever he did get into him is already in him.
Garrett, give me an int heal.
I will. Let's do that.
Let's see if Garrett, even though he is by no means a poison expert, can intonate anything at all about all of this.
Int
Probably
heal.
has had to deal with snake bites.
Oh,
Why is everyone set to, like, private roll right now?
oh, was that private roll?
Yeah, I fixed
Is
it.
that okay?
Oh.
Holy cow.
Wow.
You're saved, Rohan.
This isn't to heal him. This is to know something about how to heal him.
Yeah.
So the fact that it took effect so quickly, you know, if he ate something bad and threw it up, normally that takes time, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Whatever this was not like it wasn't like the equivalent of bad food or a poisoned berry or something. This was something that was specifically concocted to be ingested and quickly affect someone. Like, yeah, this was probably alchemical.
Yeah, this was now. Yeah, so I will relay that to Frey. With the fact that it hit him so quickly, it was probably alchemical in nature or formulated specifically. This isn't something that probably existed in nature, like someone took some nightshade or something. So theoretically, someone could create an antidote to it, but we would need the poison and to do that, and someone would need to know how to do that. And my understanding is that all the poison was used up.
Yeah, whatever it was probably, like, based on what he said, he was just given I believe he said he was given, like, a vial and told to put it in food, so...
Yep.
Like, you can hope that, like...
Maybe there's another vial.
Or the fact that he didn't eat that much of it.
Right.
Like, that's also a good thing. Like, all he did was take a bite of disgusting cold fish.
Yeah, he just had a small amount, so the best thing we can do is kind of keep him.
I don't want to get yelled at again, but so I will like run this by you. But I do have the like a potion from the Ardenford Alchemical Lab, the Beast Draft.
Oh no!
That says can make a soldier much stronger.
Oh no!
It can make a soldier much stronger. That's relevant.
Is it?
Guys, I think we need to muzzle Rohan.
I'm asking this time, okay? Leave me alone. I
don't think stronger necessarily means a stronger stomach.
Okay, fair enough. Fine. I'll just lie here then. Die.
Does Rohan have pica? I'm kidding. No.
I feel like
it's probably not.
It's gonna follow me around with a spritz bottle or whatever.
No.
Had a Rohan.
It's probably not a bad idea to think about that potion, but I don't believe. It sounds like it would be more like a berserker type potion than a this will heal you from poison potion. Though, seeing as how I think everyone's been feeling stronger, Rohan, did you learn any spells that could get rid of poison?
No, I did not.
That was the most meta fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Turn the spritz bottle on yourself, Dave. Bad.
Bad, Dave. Naughty.
I'm not metagaming.
I mean, well, the reason I did think of the Beast Draft was because when I had the what do you call it? The like rod through my arm, and then I cast enlarged limbs on my arms, it like healed them for a while until it went away. So that's why I was thinking like maybe that's a magical property that like if you know enhance something, then maybe it like improves your constitution enough to like to heal you for a while at least or something like that. But I'll hold off. It's fine.
No, it's not, like I said, it's not a bad idea. It probably would do that. Any kind of, just from the name of it, anything that sounds like a beast drug would probably be, like I said, like a berserker type of thing. So your body would just ignore it, either until it burns it out, or But at the same time, it sounds like something we'd have to tie you into the hammock for.
Yeah. All right, it's fine.
We could just have Mira sit on him.
I guess.
Yeah, but she might get hurt.
Mira's also not like that. Like, she's an average height human.
Yeah, she's
just because
strong,
she's super
she's
strong.
not heavy.
Like, yeah, she's not secretly like 800 pounds. She's not a robot.
Right, she's like One Punch Man.
Oh, you.
She can't be a robot and an alien.
Why not?
You could be an alien robot.
That would be too many
Transformers
things.
are.
Robert would not let me have that much fun.
True. Yeah, Transformers or a Lost in Space, the new edition, they got the alien robot.
Anyway, we're getting off topic. What are you guys
Yes.
doing? You have some time. Like, you've got essentially 2 days. Like, you know, it's evening. It's like 3, 4, 5 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Since the crew is suddenly undermanned by 3 people, Garrett will offer to help out if they need help with whatever, even if it's just carting the food trash out of the kitchen and dumping it over the side.
They are more than willing to take some assistance. They, like, if you're offering, they're gonna put you to work.
That's fine.
I want to be very clear. I am not offering.
Sure, will probably chip in and has been chipping in for the whole time they've been on the boat. Doesn't have much else to do.
Well, in that case, the next couple of days are, of course, going to be yours. If there's anything specific that you guys want to do, speak now, or forever hold your peace.
So on this first night, Frey actually would like to, kind of on the floor next to Rohan, next to Rohan's hammock, he is going to set up a circle of that potpourri and incense, and I'd like to do a read omens ritual.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh.
I thought you were going to say, I'm going to set a trap in case Rowan gets up and tries to do anything.
No, but he is going to try and focusing on Rohan, just kind of like sitting there silently for quite a while, really. Basically, I would like to know if we wait until we get to Port Malu, or Milu Harbor, Milo, that place, is Rohan gonna die if we do nothing?
Okay, on success. Okay, so the course of action is we are doing nothing to help Rowan and seeing if that will, like, if the course of action you're presenting is if ignoring Rowan's poison is going to be good or not.
If ignoring it until
for the next
we
2.5
get to
days.
Yeah. Basically, do we have time to wait?
Okay. Oh, and I get to roll this.
You do.
Ooh, I love hidden rolls. The fact that they mechanicalize these so I can do them whenever I want and it's justified is just so much fun. Charisma perform. The thing is, though, 9 times out of 10, I feel like Frey succeeds at this, but there's that one time where in the back of your mind, you're like, is it correct? Well, all right. So, you spend a little while. You set up your ritual. You start burning some incense, leaving Rowan alone for the next 2.5 days, seeing if this will be a good thing or a bad thing. And in this case, you get these wisps of air, and the way the potpourri and all of the various beautiful, lovely burning smells fades, you get this feeling of upliftment, of positivity. You're able to intonate that you should be okay until you make it to shore.
Frey, there's just kind of like this relieved slump of his shoulders, just like all that tension leaving him. At least, if Rohan is going to die, at least, there's time. there's a chance. So
They're making him 2.5 days, though.
So he is going to slowly pick up his things, and he will hand one of the last incense sticks that's still kind of, smoldering a little bit, and he will give to Rohan.
Oh, I'll take it.
And he'll just say, "You'll be okay."
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It might be a lie, it might not be. Frey does not know yet, but it is a hope.
Yeah. I'll take it. I mean, I think Rohan already is like, who knows? If I die, it's fine. So, I feel like everybody else is very much like, what do we do to fix this? And Rohan's just like, okay. I did it. So,
Rohan's fucking insane.
now we deal with the consequences. It's fine. Yeah. I think over the next few days or whatever, I'm probably I'm mostly chilling. I think I'd probably check in with Buckley because we found out that what's his face felt through the manifest overboard and had all the gems and stuff. I think I would make sure that she got everything back and knows that the manifest is gone. I guess since that's paperwork, if she needs help with that, I can do that. That doesn't require me going anywhere, so.
All right. I would like you to first give me a physical save.
Of course.
And you can go ahead and give me a int administer.
Okay.
And since Fortuny Soul, you've really found ways to force those int administers in.
I know.
And
Really
you
chasing the paperwork.
You help the very appreciative Miss Buckley, who just... in your state, I'm not sure that there is a lot that we could appreciate more than this. The fact that you are even up and around is quite impressive, Mr. Rohan.
Yeah, my friends have been taking care of me and making sure that I am not gonna die before we get off the ship. At least I know that will probably be a real downer on the rest of the trip. So I think we've probably had enough of that. So I'm glad I seem to be doing okay for now.
Garrett, I would like you offered, they're putting you to work. Give me
That's
a
fine.
Constitution work.
Oh man, I got a negative to that roll. That's a 5. I'm dead.
You can re-roll.
I can re-roll.
You can. The time skip is a scene, so would you like
I
to
will.
use your reroll on this?
Sure, why not?
Alright.
That's
better. Yeah. They initially put you on simple deckhand duty. Mostly, the first day or so is spent reorganizing. Essentially, Rowan becomes your boss because you have to recatalog everything on the ship. So you have to go through everything that was pilfered when they were looking for the missing persons, and yeah. You essentially just have to help catalog everything all over again. But, you do a pretty damn good job, and, eventually they get to the point where they've got you helping with, adjustments to the sails and the rigging, things like that. Helping with, cleaning fish, the basics, things that that second day you're very much a little bit more, in your element.
Okie dokie. That works for me.
I assume Frey is not volunteering for manual labor.
He is not, but he would actually like to catch Garrett, when he's on a break or having a meal or in some evening, when he has some free time. And I'll ask, well, if you're still interested, did you still want that reading?
Sure, why not? It would be nice to have something that would be a little less, hopefully, insane than what's happened recently.
He gives a small smile at that. Well, I can't make any promises, but I'll sit down. Or let's find a place to sit down. And Frey would like to pull out his divination cards, and like he had talked to Garrett a few days ago, he would like to basically do a reading to see if anything comes up about the fate of Garrett's mentor, whose name I cannot remember.
Dorian.
Thank you, Dorian.
All right. The classic Frey reading. Oh boy. I like how Frey's just making the rounds, double checking on people by doing the only thing he knows how to do. Like, I could help with paperwork. No.
It's like Garrett's the group dad, Mira's the group mom, and Frey is like the aunt who does like a what do you call it? Like burn sage in your house to like cleanse it of haunted spirits or whatever.
I don't know if Mira's mature enough to be the group mom.
Oh, well,
No, but she's
unfortunately.
worried enough.
True.
All right. And, the card that you pull, Frey. Sorry, my thing is frozen
Oh.
with all of my listings.
That's okay.
Is, the Ace of Swords. And you pull it upside down. Which normally means confusion and chaos and injustice.
So, Garrett, who knows nothing about tarot cards, is just sitting there waiting for Frey to explain what the card means.
So how do you think Frey would interpret this? In terms of the fate or condition of Dorian.
I think perhaps he might need more to interpret something this complicated. Let's pull another one. The next that he pulls is the Five of Cups upright, which is sadness, disappointment, and failure.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
God.
That's not good.
Well, I hope that helps with your interpretation, Ronnie. I was like, oh, an upright one. This will be good news.
Okay.
Also, pessimism.
Here's me hoping that he's actually never left Vekania, but apparently he's dead in a ditch underneath the road somewhere, eaten by a chirovore.
Frey definitely looks less and less certain with each one, with each card that comes up.
Would Frey like a
And-
third one?
Sure, I'll take a third one.
With the hope of more enlightenment for this, given the complicated scenario and the information being given, you find a reversed Page of Swords, which would translate to haste and, foolhardiness and a, unnecessary rushing into things, that sort of thing.
Oh, is he still doing a reading for me?
Okay.
So telling a very unfortunate story.
Yeah, no kidding. Sorry, Garrett.
So Frey lets out a sigh with each card, flipping them over one by one, right there in front of Garrett. I fear the tale is not a hopeful one. Early
Alex, are you
on-
good? You're like slamming shit around.
Sorry.
I can't say I truly expected as much. It's just from the little bit that we've spent together, what we've run into. I don't know, maybe the Soldiers of the Blue have the right idea with going out after everything. It seems the roads have been getting more dangerous than they have in the past.
From the way you spoke of him, it sounded like Dorian is a capable man.
Well, he's not in his prime anymore. He's far from it. So, as capable as you may be, your body can still let you down. But, I have hopes that we will be reunited.
Garrett,
I don't
Garrett.
even-
And Frey will kind of reach out. It's not the physical I'm necessarily concerned about. What I see here is more of a loss of his way. I see confusion, misdirection. I see heavy disappointment. Something happened. Something that may have broken his spirit, broken his hope, and then that, I think, pushed him into something rash.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to keep our eyes and ears open. The problem that I'm worried about is by taking this boat, previously I've been able to check in, every town we've come to and been like, oh, hey, has someone, because, he would be known amongst the other wayfinders, oh, hey, has so-and-so showed up? And, he hadn't made it to Dalliford. I don't believe he had made it to Fortuna Sol. But now we're going by sea, well, by river, really, technically, to Milu Harbor, and either he would have taken that route or he would have gone overland through Scairn and Beckwatch, etc. So, we could be completely missing him somewhere. If he got lost, he could be missing in the West Heart Timberland, and we'd never know. But The only thing we can do is press forward and maybe hopefully we'll hear something, but
Hopefully, maybe once we do reach the harbor, though.
yeah, I can check there, see if maybe he got on a boat to come up river. Is this technically a river? This is a river, right? Or is it a sea? No, it's a sea. It's an astronaut.
Where?
Yeah, the astronaut
The
sea,
Astrid
the
Sea?
Calatian coast. Yeah, no, this is a whole sea. I thought this was a big river. Never mind. Alright. Yeah, so maybe, hopefully. Thank you all the same, though. I do appreciate it, and it sets some part of me at ease, knowing that he tried, he did try to leave, and that maybe there's something stopping him. Basically, yeah, what he wrote, but I don't want to say. I just didn't have a better way to phrase it, but yeah.
I only wish I could have told you more. We'll keep an eyes and ears both out.
Fate is strange. So, if there's anything I've learned in the last couple months is that there's always something weird going on, so who knows? But yes, probably should get back to labeling these boxes here, or whatever Rohan's got me working on next.
Well, he's certainly keeping you busy. I'm glad he's well enough for that, at least.
Oh, absolutely. I think the biggest thing with him is that he only got a small amount of the poison, so I feel he's only going to be sick for a bit rather than whatever happened to the captain. So, but
Ray. Ray gives a smile at that he's definitely not feeling. I gotta keep the hope alive. I'm sure he'll be fine. Well, I will leave you to it then. And yeah, Frey will go and probably stare out at the ocean.
Oh. All right.
that's a mood.
2.5 days. Garrett working. Streak, you are helping to keep watch, I assume?
Sure, I can do that.
I mean, volunteering. Give me a wisdom notice. Damn. All right.
I've got a point in that now.
Yay!
Streak's not just learning about killing people. He's learning about where to find people so he can kill them.
Exactly.
You can't shoot a neck if you can't see it. Alright, so Strieg being another lookout as things get a little more tense, occasionally helping with the basic deckhand work, but for the most part, keeping an eye out with spyglass and just your general eyes for anything that may be on the horizon. Thankfully, it seems to be a pretty simple journey. A couple of ships passing during the few days you guys have been on, but Nothing of particular note. It is getting colder, and the sea is more unforgiving in the colder seasons as you get into the frosty months. Sometimes even snowstorms, which are just hell to sail in, that blow up from the south.
Frey is definitely all bundled up.
But yeah, the nights are fucking cold. We're talking getting into like the 30s and 40s. Starting to. But otherwise, what about our good android alien Mira? What is she doing during the rest of this journey?
I think she is pretty quiet and subdued, to be honest. This whole thing has not been... I was gonna say not fun, but I mean, obviously. Yeah. She'd probably be keeping a close eye on Rohan, too. You know, just so he doesn't eat anything else random. Or, you know, die of poison. Not that she can do anything about that, but, you know.
Yeah. So, otherwise, the very appreciative crew of the Crimson Angler and their temporary captain, Mr. Jonathan Harrow, make your way for a couple more days. It is not the same jolly moments over the next little while. It is a lot more somber. Everyone still works, they're still talking, they're still trying to keep their spirits up, but everyone knows that there is that shadow now that has cast itself over this entire crew, and the worries that are going to come with that when you all reach the port of Milo Harbor. And it is a long couple of days. Especially for you, Rowan, as I'm gonna need another physical save.
Great.
And of course, this is I would say for those of you who are not working, the ship ride would have been a full rest. You would be at max everything. Rowan, you have not been gaining HP back at night.
I think...
I don't think you've
Was
lost
it-
any, but you wouldn't have gained A back. You wouldn't have lost a system straight, nothing like that.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think I would have been full before I took the poison, so... Cool. Alrighty, well...
In Rohan's thoroughness, did we keep the jewels off the manifest that we recreated?
Yeah. Yeah, because that was the original plan anyway, so... Which Buckley let us know, so we would have kept them off.
Good thing Rohan's a criminal.
Is there anything else anyone wishes to do over the course of your time aboard the Crimson Egg?
I think the only thing Frey might do is kind of keep a passive but definite eye on Garrett, just to kind of see how he's doing physically after that whole, you know, Frey healing him from death thing. He's not like broaching a topic of conversation, but he's definitely kind of been keeping an eye on him.
I think physically Garrett is doing fine. He might actually be a little drier than he was prior to that due to that extra point in con. Yay. But he's doing fine physically as far as I'm aware. I haven't seen anything that would lead to him not being fine. Um, Mentally, though, did Rohan put the earring back in?
Yes.
Yeah. So mentally, it would have taken about a day or so before Garrett kind of like an extra day before Garrett kind of returned back to his normal thoughts from the everything that happened on the murder mystery and everything. It would have taken a little bit for that to.
Yeah.
One thing he learned about being in the military is how to submerge your feelings and move on.
Yeah. I think Rohan would probably not like if he put the earrings in and it felt like and Garrett was still in that mode, would probably have like taken the earrings back out until
Yeah.
like like until a day or two later or something and tuned back in then.
You would have gotten also a bit of disappointment, but acceptance from Frey's reading.
Yeah.
In that it's not fun to hear those things, but as it stands, there's nothing he can do to change it because we're on a boat in the middle of the sea. So I just accept it and you keep moving on and hope you can do something about it later.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
All right. As the next couple of days exhaustively come to a close, you sail through past the Marimore docks. Everything going as well as can be expected. Rowan starting to look worse, but by no means dying. Rowan, one more day. 2 full nights of going on to the 3rd day. Give me one more physical save.
Okay. Yay.
And, as the day turns over, you're in what are definitely the last few hours. It has been exhausting. It has been a lot. For Frey, it's probably been more introspective than anything, but nonetheless. You all are gathered, the 5 of you anyway, where Cassie, Molly, and Roland are is generally above deck, but the rest of you are gathered to the captain's quarters where the temporary acting captain and first mate Mr. Harrow seems to have called you all.
Okay.
Once you all arrive, you can see he is sitting behind the desk, very uncomfortably. He's probably been in here a lot, helping to clean up and organize, but he definitely hasn't been comfortable about it. If that makes sense. Like, it's very much been like he's uneasy about it and just kind of off.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, doesn't he also expect that, like, once we land, he's about to, like, get killed or something? Like, because of what he did to Felt? Wasn't he pretty explicitly like, they're probably going to fire me, but, you know.
Oh, yeah,
This
he
is-
expects that eventually things are going to be bad for him, but...
Yeah. So I'm assuming he's also not getting comfortable because of that, but...
But, either way, You guys get in there, and once you're all in, he just like motions for the door to be shut behind you. He just gives you this look. In these times of what I can only imagine are going to be horrible strife for most of the crew, looking back, I appreciate everything you have all done. I was skeptical, as was the captain, of bringing on passengers, but you all performed admirably, and the loss of members of the crew, loss of our captain, was more than could be asked for of any of you. Mr. Varrock, you lead a damned good company here. If you all are looking for work, I'm sure we can find a position for you here aboard the Crimson Angler. I can put in a word with Lord Ashcombe, if you would like. They're going to need more good people to lead them, especially after all of this. I imagine half the crew will be gone come next we sail.
Thank you for the offer, but no, I think I'll be moving on.
Mr. Varrock, I see captainship in your future. The crew's talked of you seeing the future, but you could captain a damned good vessel. Inspire loyalty. And he, like, looks over at Rowan, who, let me tell you guys, Rowan's standing. He ain't looking great. Like, I don't think you're supposed to be sweating and kind of, like, have a red neck and, like, red splotches on your face when it's this cold.
Great. Love that.
But as he kind of turns and nods to Rowan, he then looks back at you. Inspire loyalty to a fault, even. I appreciate what you've done, and I do not for one moment regret the decisions we were forced to make on that horrible day. Once we reach port, there is not much that we will be able to do to assist you. I will, of course, be left in command until Lord Ashcombe's orders come through. He just shakes his head again. But until then, how can the crew of the Crimson Angler repay you for your justice you have found for us?
Frey will look around at the others, just kind of like gesturing for their input if they have any requests.
I mean, we're already getting a free trip out of this. I don't see anything in particular that...
Hello?
Yeah?
Hello.
Hello?
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 Oh, sorry. I was on mute. Sorry.
What?
Oh my
Must have got a
god.
phone call.
Anyway. Dave,
Sorry,
you were
I got
saying?
a call from someone twice, and I was like, I don't know who this is, but they're freaking me out.
But yeah, no, I mean, as far as Garrett would be concerned, he doesn't have anything that, he would see that would be, you know, useful repayment. They got their free ride, and that's kind of all he was looking for, is just to get closer to Vekania, so he's all set with it. Side note, I also like Ronnie's dex drawing better. Oof.
Yeah, I think I think Rowan doesn't need anything, but obviously will never say no to money. So, you know.
Okay. So if none of the others are gonna say anything, we'll speak up and well, nothing more what uh than what we've already given. But well, I wonder if I might have a private moment of your time. I have a question I would like to pose you.
Of course, when we're done here, our time is yours. We have nothing but an easy evening before we reach the harbor.
Thank you.
He looks at everyone else to see if they have anything to ask of him and the crew.
Nope.
Nope.
I just realized that you can't see me shaking my head, so nope.
I don't require anything.
Well then, I appreciate this work you've done, and if ever we do come across each other again, I hope it to be under better circumstances, though. And he kind of shrugs, and he looks almost longingly, like, you know, at this point he's been pacing a little bit, and he looks like longingly out the back window for a moment as he says it. I do not know when that will be. You can tell there's that sense that he might never be on a ship again at this point. Well, and he shakes each of your hands and just, I appreciate everything you've done for us. For the captain, especially.
Frey gives him a smile and a friendly shake of the hand. Well, inside he is still very disgusted by how this whole thing turned out. But he is keeping that to himself.
Anything else you guys need to say to the captain or anything like that? Or the acting captain or anything?
Nope.
Nope. I assume we would all leave Frey to speak alone with him.
Yeah.
You all head out. Looks, Mr. Varrock, what do we owe the pleasure? This private meeting.
Anything but pleasure, I'm afraid. I was just curious if, well, all the time you spent on the seas, if you might... do the names Captain Sorin or Captain Wallace mean anything to you?
Oh, don't tell me you're one of those superstitious folk.
He gives a slight smile and a small laugh at that. Well, let's just say that my curiosity has been piqued.
Captain Sorin was a damned fool. Don't get me wrong, she was a great captain. Bravado to suicide. Can't expect any crew not to turn on you when you just go off into the abyss like that.
What, you mean Captain Sorin killed herself?
Oh, but you sail out into the abyss when your entire crew doesn't want to, knows it's death. This wasn't long after the Black Sun. Those Leviathans of the deep still hunt now, but much more aggressive then. Shakes his head.
Should the abyss mean anything to Frey?
in the context, it's just like essentially out into the darkness of the waters.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't mean a literal, like, abyss or anything. Just the fact that, you know, ships can, like, ever since the Black Sun, there are giant umbral titans of the deep that attack ships and things like that.
Well, I wish I had known that before I had booked us this ship.
Thankfully, the Vondrelian Sea is much safer than, you know, like, I'm mostly referring to the ocean.
Okay.
Like, the Vondrelian Sea can be dangerous, but, like, that's one of the reasons that they stay not in the middle of it, but the Ophirian Ocean is really just the most dangerous fucking place on the planet. Like, that's the reason there's not a lot of international trade anymore.
Okay. Okay.
So, he just shakes his head again and just, she sailed, it was a whole fucking thing. Bravado, all that macho stupidity that old Madeline Soren had to have. Tell me, if you were to sail into a... If you were aboard this ship and we were sailing into a lake of fire, would you lead a mutiny against me? Or even the captain?
Well, I'd like to think that I would not find myself aboard a ship that would would have such a course in their future.
Aye, but if you were and you had no choice, you would turn the blade to your captain, as would I.
I suppose out of self-preservation.
You saw our lovely cook, Mr. Marley. He had guilt. That guilt ate him up. Shakes his head. Same as Soren's crew. They turned on her. Threw her off the ship. Sent her to her abyss and turned around. After that, they just scream about being cursed. All this other shit. There's no curse. Curse of Captain Soren. The woman was mad. Not a god. Why do you ask?
Because I met the man, if only briefly, but some of the things I heard from him unnerved me.
Who, this Captain Wallace?
Yes.
Can't say I've had the pleasure in name or acquaintance.
Well, he had a small shop there right on the docks, and a Fortuna sold you. All the time you were docked there, you were never far.
Curious, but don't let an old sailor's tale sell you some random garbage. Wouldn't be the first time someone said, oh, there's a curse. The only way you'll survive your trip is by purchasing this arcane, enchanted bullet. A trout won't protect you no more than a lucky rabbit's foot.
Well, he wasn't. Luckily he was not trying to sell me anything of the sort, but... And in all the stories you've heard of this curse, what exactly were the stories?
People said the crew came back cursed because a few of them were on another ship that got, they ended up on another ship. The crew of the Black Dawn never really... They didn't stay together without as I said, she was a great captain. Just bravado, chest beating, all of that shit. They couldn't sail without her. They went their separate ways, and well, without a great captain, there weren't much. A few of them died, split up, and then a bunch of them always ended up dead. There's some other, I don't remember the name of the ship, but something happened, and what to say, maybe a dozen of them ended up on another ship that got ambushed by NSO. He thinks for a second, and like you can see him pondering. Gratian, military, something. I don't remember. When they fought back, they sunk, and of those captured, none were survivors of the Black Dawn. That's when it really took off, was Curse of Captain Sword. That's just shit.
I thought sailors were all the superstitious lot.
Aye, there's 100 superstitions I would believe in before I'd have any belief in any sort of curse.
Well, let's just pretend a moment that this curse was real. What would you do about it? Being a man of the sea.
Oh, I would not give up the sea. I'd deal with it. This curse is coming for me. If we are to... He pauses for a moment and considers. Every time we leave the shore, we are sailing out what could be our inevitable death. It's not like walking. You get tired, or you're on a wagon, a wheel breaks. You sit there, you walk, you rest. On a ship, if anything happens, it begins sinking, you're a dead man. Put more risk into every day. Just going from town to next, or it takes us some bad luck, and don't pray I find you. You'll find a demise. How is that a curse? People die, Mr. Varrock. I expected to find mine by now. I did not think I would live this long, but here we are. I expected I would not captain a ship, but here we are despite the circumstances. I expected many a thing. He shakes his head. I did not expect I would speak of trifle curses. A man who purports to see the future. Death is death, and we're always at risk of it. What does the curse change exactly?
It changes how you might view that death. Or how you might see the rest of your life.
He just like narrows his eyes and just like leans in a little bit, like puts his hands on the desk. What do you mean changes? What would you do differently when you curse to die versus being in a place of danger? The only people who should be in fear of a curse of death are those who sit in high towers basking in piles of gold. The whore on each arm. Anyone else, they're already risking life and limb just by leaving their house. How does that change anything?
Because I think some like to live without that thought of it being a sure thing, hanging over them like a cloud.
What, are you planning to live forever, Mr. Varrock? Is that what this is?
That is not at all what I'm talking about.
If you don't want to fear death, then stay in your home. Unfortunately, death is a natural conclusion to life. Be it premature or just getting old.
Well, I see that you unfortunately don't have the answers that I was hoping for.
Don't know what you would expect. I'm sure these superstitions, this curse of Captain Sora would not... What, were you hoping I would tell you that the captain was aboard that ship and this was all some sort of divine intervention for his curse to have come true? That he died and... one of our shipwrights did not. Our Mr. Forsyth survived because of some curse? Or that pure luck and some stupidity and a lack of backbone got our captain killed when he should not have been? If you're looking for answers and don't find the ones you want and ignore them, Mr. Varrock, what are you really doing? Looking for confirmation?
Maybe not answers, but a path to understanding.
He narrows his eyes again and, like, from staring at the window, he, like, looks over his shoulder at you and just narrows his eyes and... Understanding what? That men don't want to die? That they want to throw coin, buy good food, drink good beer, and pour their way to 70?
He just gives a small shake of his head. Just... Never mind, I'm sorry, it was a mistake to come here. I'll leave you to your business then, Captain Harrow.
I'm no captain. I appreciate the sentiment, I suppose. And he goes back to...
You are for a few days longer at least.
He goes back to looking out the window.
And yeah, Frey will take his leave.
Last few hours for you guys aboard the Crimson Angler. After maybe 10 minutes of you guys waiting around, Frey does arrive outside of the captain's quarters.
Okay.
Okay, so no one
I mean,
questions that.
I
All
guess,
right.
I guess, I mean, Mira respects people's privacy. She, like, obviously look at him curiously, but, you know, not say anything, because everybody got secrets.
I think Rohan
Right.
would love to know secrets, but he's also recognized that if he asks, people will not tell him, and then it'll be way worse. He'll feel way more annoyed about it, so he's just like, fuck it. Like, I assume they'll tell me if they want me to know.
Frey will give Mira a smile as if he did just have a very, very frustrating conversation.
What does a smile about a frustrating conversation look like? How do you convey that with a smile?
As if he didn't just have a frustrating
as if
conversation.
he didn't. Okay.
Yeah. No, Frey always tries to mask what's going on in his head. And he will say, well, how are we going to spend our last few hours upon the sea?
Planning on what we're going to do when we leave? Also, I would like to intuit his mysterious smile, if I may.
Okay, yeah, give me
I don't think I'll be any good at it, but...
Yeah, go ahead and give me a, wisdom into it.
Opposed by charisma perform.
Frey, give me a charisma convince to see how well you can put on a, you know, that kind of, like, mask.
He's
Oh my
fine. I don't know what I was worried about.
Frey is the
What
most
is-
reassuring person.
Potentially, no one in the history of the world has ever been as fine as Frey is right now.
Frey is going to.
God, that's a convincing smile.
She looks relieved.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Frey is going to...
Frey is going to take Mira by the arm, like hooking his own around hers, and he's going to say, "You know what? I bet somebody on here has a lute or a flute, and let's make some music before we go.
I would
I'm
love
tired
that.
of this dreary atmosphere."
I would love that so much.
Oh, excellent.
She seems genuinely happy with that suggestion.
So yes, Frey will take Mira to go hunt down somebody with an instrument.
Alright, you go to hunt down Miss Lark, who has a very, small lute that she brings with her. Mostly plays it, over various shanties and chants during the, dinner rush at the, in the galley, but she is more than willing to, you know, start up early if you're looking for that, because it looks like the eating's probably the last thing that they're gonna do right before, like, you know, they're gonna eat a little early tonight just to make sure that they're all ready for when it's time to dock. She just, of course, I would love to play with you.
Well, it's
I know it means
wonderful,
the
wonderful.
best, but of course.
Well, all of the songs that Mira knows are 11 years old.
Oh.
Oh, that's okay. I hardly know any, I don't know much in the way of sea shanties, but I'd say let's improvise.
Have Molly sing.
Exactly. Molly knows all the sea shanties. God damn it.
Molly infamously loves singing.
Actually, we've never asked her.
Should I perhaps perform?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a... If you are looking to be very impressive with your, like, technical skills, a dex perform. If you're just looking to, you know, do a good job and make people happy, a charisma perform.
There we go. That's what we do. Oh,
Well,
Oh no.
I break a string.
oh...
Can I also try to perform?
What's Frey playing?
So Frey does not. I don't believe I actually have him bought an instrument. I should do that at some point. But he could borrow the lute, or he could sing, or he could do some spoken word, like storytelling.
Okay.
I
Alright.
feel like Frey is very much like the girl in the band with the tambourine coated.
He technically, my main instrument for him is the lyre.
Ooh, cool.
So that's his go-to, but he does not have
String
a
bros.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have one, so it looks like, alright, let's see how Frey can do.
All right, charisma perform.
Charisma perform.
Okay.
Well, Mira, you're probably not too used to this, but... While you and Miss Lark are playing, it is Frey who takes the center stage attention of anyone who is within earshot. Something that Frey is definitely used to, but it is surprising to the point where, like, even, like, at some points, like, Miss Lark gets kind of distracted and just kind of watches Frey, and it kind of gets you off the beat, and then you're like, oh shit, you have to, like, catch up to what you were doing, kind of strumming those notes and the chords and things like that. you kind of like lose the beat. You have to like pause for a second, like, oh fuck, because it just gets so off kilter from Miss Lark's performance.
Yeah, I think she'd probably get like flustered and nervous, and then like, oh god, the last time I played music with someone else, was it with my father? Sad sounds. That
Mira
kind of thing.
is off in her own little world.
I think Frey, like halfway through seeing Mira getting a little lost, he will kind of like, turn in the performance, like, like it's a natural thing, and try and like pull her back into it. I'm imagining in my head, but I can't like describe it. But like clapping for her, helping her find the rhythm again.
Yeah.
Maybe like pulling her up to her feet.
Can I try again?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Frey's giving you some of that buff to get you a chance to, like, get back on
Yay.
the horse.
Better!
It is much more, like, after a little while, you kind of get back into it, you refocus yourself, and it gets better. It is not... It is very much not like riding a bike, or, I guess, whatever the medieval equivalent is. I'm not actually sure, but it is not like riding a horse. It is not something that comes back to you immediately, and you have to get back all of your practice in, which you have been trying, but getting it back in like this is certainly a different way, and there are those moments where you just have to kind of like refocus yourself, and you focus more on remembering how to play, especially to a crowd, than you do on playing up to the crowd, but you certainly get better as the evening grows late. And eventually the small group that you have grows larger. Towards the back, you can see Cassie dancing very excitedly at a mostly just kind of like nonplussed Roland. Like, it's not the active avoidance that you would expect from Shrieg, but it is very much a bit of, like, this just nonplussed, slack-jawed, I guess I'm going along with it.
My plan is working.
And Molly is surprisingly leaning against the side railing of the ship, just smiling at all of this. Not a big smile by any means, but like a little smirk.
Molly's smiling is more terrifying than anything.
I'm so happy we made her smile.
Yeah.
She's imagining killing the captain again.
Or us.
Yeah.
Probably
Very
both.
possible.
Those strings would make such a great garrote. Oh, well, you can find out by going in her dreams.
No,
That is true.
One person
Yeah,
will
maybe.
never enter the dreams of. What would he have at some point?
I feel like he's probably just like ducked into everybody's just for like the vibe, you know? Just like, is this like
Vibe.
dark and dank and musty, or is this like fields and meadows, or like
So,
what's the vibe?
in that case, I will give you something specifically for Molly,
Okay.
which is when you went into her dream, you would have had this overwhelming feeling that you were being stalked by some sort of beast, that you were going to die, and you could see a little girl, no more than 8 or 9, sitting next to a fire in an endless field of darkness. No stars, nothing. Barely a difference between the land and the night sky. And just that feeling, and a dead body next to her, constantly shaking to awaken it. It never moves.
I'm literally crying, Jesus Christ. Okay.
And if you would have went back, would you have went back in there? Tried to interact with it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would feel like I needed to do something.
Okay, so we're gonna have to pop on over to this scene really quick. I apologize, guys. This is kind of important.
It's interesting.
Hmm.
So, during one of the nights, you head in there and you see that scene of a young girl crying over a dead body that you recognize as Haggard Jack. Hundreds of stab and slash wounds. Blood pooling. She doesn't seem to notice it. Begging for him to wake up.
And she's a little girl in this.
Yeah, no more than 8 or 9.
I think I would sort of slowly approach and say,
You turn
Hi.
and she starts screaming. Just,
I'm
leave me alone! No! And she
I'm
goes
a
to
friend.
feel and grabs a dagger and starts charging at you with it.
Can I try to just like grab her and hold her in place? Like
Give
just
me a
hold-
strength exert.
Great. Is this like Inception? If I die in the dream, do I die in real life? Or
I think
Nightmare on
that's how
Elm
it works
Street?
in Inception.
It is if you're deep enough, but you know.
Yeah.
You said a strength exert?
Yeah.
Where is there? Is okay, is this like Nightmare on Elm Street then? Where if you die in the dream, you die in real life?
There you go.
Let's find out.
You grab her and she's still fighting it. Obviously, you do have some level of control over what's going on, essentially, here. Like,
Mhm.
you can affect these dreams based on how you interact with them, you found. So, she is fighting at you, and, like, you're able to, like, grab her, but she's still swinging at your, just, like, stabbing and swinging wildly towards your chest. Gritting her teeth, just, no, I won't let you! You can't take him! Never!
I'm a friend. I'm a friend. You're Molly? Molly? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm here. I'm not here to take anyone. I'm here in peace. What happened? What happened to him?
I woke up and he won't wake up. I woke up and he won't wake up. It's been so long. He said he was gonna wake up. He said we're gonna get home. But we can't. We never do. He won't wake up. It's been
Okay.
so long. Help me wake
Okay.
him up.
Okay. Can I go over to him and I mean it sounds like you said I have some control. Is there any way I can like heal him or like bring him back?
You focus and think about him not being dead. It doesn't seem to work.
Yeah.
He still just lays there.
Okay, Molly. It looks like maybe
He was so tired. He's been up for so long. He never sleeps. I finally said I would keep watch. I said I would keep watch for a couple hours while he got some sleep. And he fell asleep. I fell asleep and I woke up and now he won't wake up.
it's okay. It's okay.
What do
You know, I feel like maybe
At this
Jack won't
point,
be-
the fire goes out. And you hear this massive, just ear-piercing shriek
from Molly or from someone else?
from Molly.
Okay.
Just cuts through everything. And you feel this cold wave of darkness. And these deep silver eyes staring from the sky down at you. Down at Molly.
Can I turn on the light? Or at least can I turn on my own light?
You think so hard, light, and you turn on a lantern that And you can see her staring directly up at those eyes. And she stands up, climbs over Jack's body, holding the dagger into the air with both of her hands. You can't have him! No! Take me!
I think I like walk over and sort of like kind of gently but firmly, like trying to show that, you know, I'm trying to be assertive but not like hurt her. Like grab her wrist and I'm just like, Molly, I don't think it's safe here. I'm not sure if Jack's gonna be able to travel right now, but I think maybe you and I can get home. Maybe I can help you get home.
There is a just as the darkness just falls out like a crashing wave. You hear her scream and then silence, nothing. The last sound gurgling, gasping, and then the dream is gone.
Well,
And then you would not see her in your corridor of dreamers. Would you have went back in again that same night the next time she found sleep?
no, I don't think so. I feel like I don't. I think it's both that I don't know what to do, and also I don't know what like her experience of it is if I am there. Like, does she know that I was there? Does she how much does she understand that I'm that I'm involved or whatever? I don't know. I feel like I would feel like this is a very vulnerable, intimate thing or whatever. I think I would just be like, okay, I don't know that I can help with this. Maybe I'll have to talk to her about it at some point. But yeah, I think I would let it go.
So that brings us back to the celebratory evening on the ship. As Rowan's thoughts drift back to the horrible nightmare he encountered the other night before finally coming back to reality, where things are much more pleasant. The majority of the crew that are not mandatory to keeping things going, or eventually Miss Lark is forced to go down because she is helping with cooking for this last night as well.
Frey will ask if he can play her lute.
She has no problem handing it off to you and heads down as she does.
Out of curiosity, how are Garrett and Streak enjoying the festivities? And Rohan, if Rohan is on his feet.
I think I'm sitting, but just I'm just I think I'm enjoying it, but I'm thinking more about getting off and hopefully finding a doctor.
There.
There's a good chance Garrett went to sleep early because he was tired. From moving all the crates and stuff. He would have stuck around for some of that, you know, dinner and some of it, but he probably would have.
Yeah, a couple of hours rest before disembarking.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Scree's just kind of watching, just kind of leaned up against the side, arms crossed, just watching.
With that, the celebration continues. People get a little bit more excited. There's just that little bit of morale boost from this that these people seem to have really needed. This crew really needed any kind of positivity they could after the murder at sea, but eventually the first mate gets to the helm and leans over and, I do so hate to break up these festivities, but we need everything ready. We're no more than a couple hours out from Milo Harbor. And I want everything ready so we can disembark immediately. get everything under order, and get a report out to Lord Ashcombe about what happens next. And the crew begins to disperse. You guys finish up playing, say some cursory goodbyes to the crew, who will presumably have much work to do once you reach shore. And
I think the one last thing I would like to do is probably leave Buckley a note. Just saying, like, I don't know, like, it's been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hope we, I don't know, get to run into each other again sometime. Thanks for helping me not die, etc.
at some point working with you, she will have echoed that she would love to have, you know, someone else on the ship to help her with her work.
Nice.
So, if you would have been interested, she will have offered you a job.
I will keep that in mind, at least.
And as the night grows long, sun sets, your last meal aboard Crimson Angler, eventually there is that moment of triumph and excitement as the crew begin throwing rope to the shore. People running off and getting to slowly tie off the Crimson Angler to a nearby dock. Welcome, Milo Harbor. As the crew helps you unload your things, unload your mule, unload everything. We'll go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Alrighty, so we will pick up a little while later after you guys have disembarked. Cassie has graciously purchased you all a wagon to load most of your things on. You have your Henrietta to pull your wagon, and you're now in the massive harbor and moderately sized town of Milo Harbor. The town itself is mostly very nice houses combined with simple housing and docks near the more bayside harbor. The titular Milo Harbor is mostly much larger docks that just kind of stand over into the bay itself. A single building towers over the rest. Garrett, you would know it as the Bastion Brijus, the fortress run by the Vekanian Brights that has a number of cannons and catapults directed over the bay to stop anything that would happen were there to be any attacks. It is also the place of operations for the Vekanian Brights and any other law enforcement in the area. As you guys step onto the harbor proper, it is Vekanian soil. You are beyond the reach of the guilds of Raylan. Everything is quiet, but sounds of excitement are subdued but there, and the streets are well lit. There are patrols consisting of regular soldiers and brights alike. A number of ships that are docked at the harbor, smaller ones going upriver. Feels safe. No one is worrying. No one is without here. You don't see... There are no dregs in Milo Harbor. It is by no means a large city. It is by no means a metropolis of a sort of thriving enterprise, but the people who do live here seem very well off, and more than that, the people who live here are of the merchant variety. The folks in this town make very good coin, but permanent residents are few and far between. This is first and foremost the main point of contact that the entire rest of the country of Vekania has to ship out their goods. Welcome to Vekania. Welcome to level 4. What is the Fortune's Accord doing?
Finding a doctor for Rohan?
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta find a doctor for Rohan, and we've got to find somewhere to stay for the night. Preferably in that order. I don't know how much
now, unfortunately for Garrett, wayfinders are not very useful at sea.
No.
So this is probably a town he has very little experience in.
I'd probably know the other side of the town where people walk to.
But even then, most people who come here are only doing so because of the harbor.
Yeah.
Ray will ask the nearest guard for directions to a doctor.
And he just kind of... And you are looking for a doctor for what? You look... he kind of like motions you up and down. You look clean, put together, no broken bones or nothing. But...
Not for myself, for my companion. He's suffering from an illness or possible poisoning.
He kind of like looks him over and your friend here is very much I do not think there's something a doctor could do. Perhaps a chemist or apothecary. You would look for Mystic Tide about 2 blocks down. Take a right. It's going to be on the left-hand side, but I do not think you're going to find Miss Adelaide there at this hour.
Where might we be able to find Miss Adelaide?
Adelaide's.
Where might we be able to find Miss Adelaide's?
I do not know where she lives. I do apologize for that, but yes, it is very late to go shopping for a chemist or apothecary of any sort.
Well, thank you for the information. Do you know of an inn we might be able to stay at?
He kind of like looks to you, and then like there's like there's a spectrum on you guys of like how to stereotype the value proposition of the party for what they'd be looking for, with like Frey on one end and Garrett on the other.
Frey will clarify a comfortable inn.
There are a few. You are not looking for a sailor's inn, I assume. Nothing a hostel or some such. So, if you really want to spend the coin, Mariner's Rest, that will take care of you. But you will be spending some coin there. Otherwise, Deltol Ozen, that they are more than able to accompany you, though they are always very full, especially on he kind of like motions back towards the harbor. Busy days like today. Can try though.
Yes, thank you. We'll take a look at both. And yeah, he will ask for directions.
He motions like describing down a few blocks where the Deltol Ozen is, which is just about a block off of the harbor proper into the town. The Mariner's Rest is much further north upriver, and that place is apparently like super fucking high end.
Ooh. So Frey will turn to the rest of the party. Well, it seems we've at least found the location of a chemist, though it's probably too late to actually find her.
Well,
How's Rohan looking right now?
yeah.
Roa, like, I assume Roa does not have his glamour up.
I do not.
I mean, physically he's able to walk, which is good. If he tried to run, he would probably collapse. He looks like, you know, too much jostling would probably knock him over.
Well,
Like, Rowan, like, you're... Like, Rowan, you've got, like, that thing where, like, your sense of, like, balance is completely off, and you have to, like, watch where your feet are going to make sure that they're going in the right place.
Yeah. I've been there. Love that. Okay. Well, I mean, we could drop by the place just in case they're here, but I mean, if they're not, then, you know, what are you going to do?
Right, that's what I was
Morning
thinking.
shift.
We should check and see if they're there, or, you know, because we never know. They might just live above it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, well, I believe that was this way then.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
Frey will head in
drop
that direction.
by. Yeah. Make sure nobody's there.
All right. People are walking the streets carefree. As you kind of head down that first block towards... I have to remember the names of new things now, you guys. This is wild. Mystic
Yay.
Tide. You kind of, you know, not meander, but you just kind of carefully wander and make your way over there, and it is... People are walking. You can see, like, very carefree in a way you really haven't seen outside of, like, probably since I brain fart on name right now. 1 second. Since Alasir, I kept wanting to say Leshka, and I was like, it's not Leshka. Since Alasir. But people are just walking. You can see there's a couple that are both just carrying glasses of wine and just joking with each other walking down the street. At one point, someone's just like, out the way, and you can see a couple of mules pulling a large carriage. They just kind of move you to the side, and eventually you make it, and you can see where there is a shut door. It is unfortunately locked. There is no light inside, but there is a small etching on the window where it says it is the Mystic Tide.
Okay. Well, all right. And like Garrett said, there's not like a conspicuous apartment directly above the shop or anything.
I mean, it is 2-story.
Well, okay.
What time actually is it?
It's like 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Frey is going to knock on the door just in case.
Oh my god.
Yep.
And peer through the window.
All right, how hard are you knocking?
I know you're in there.
On the one hand, it's like, wow, this is awkward. On the other hand, it's like, imagine if I die between now and tomorrow morning.
Right.
And we're all like, but it would have been
Yeah.
so awkward to knock. It's like,
It's like, I'm sorry, this is an emergency.
yeah.
Sorry, what were you asking?
How hard are you knocking?
Frey is it's knocking loud enough to try and get someone's attention if they were like in the back room.
Yeah.
There is nothing. You peer in through the window. And as you do, you hear the sounds of boots and the shaking of chainmail from behind you.
Presumably,
Alright.
we look
Right.
around.
Turn
you
around.
see approaching you a Vekanian bright. No helmet, wearing seems like simple chainmail and a long flowing cloak with a nice Vekanian branded tabard. And the gentleman kind of like a nice waxed mustache and a little bit of stubble. Very short, like almost crew cut hair. Just kind of... Hello, what are you all doing here so late at night? Is there something I could help you all with?
Do you have... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say real quick,
yeah.
refresher, the Brights are the mages.
Yeah, the Lucian Ray.
The Mage Knights of Vekania.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a specific form of address that they would be used to?
Not
Do you just like...
really.
Okay, so there's not like a proper title or whatever.
No.
It's just like, hey you. Okay.
Like, calling him Sir is fine or anything, but like nothing like my lord or bright. Like,
Okay.
Hi. I am ill. I think I've consumed some poison. And
Thanks. Sorry,
Well,
go ahead. Go
he,
ahead.
he looks at you at
Yeah.
this point, looks you up and down. You look like you are not quite long for this world, my good sir.
yes, hence the knocking. We were told that potentially this chemist or apothecary.
She
could
is not,
help us.
but
Just-
this seems to be an extenuating circumstance. Wait here, I will go see if I can find her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And he like quickly like readjusts, like you can see where his helmet is attached to a small messenger bag that's kind of like he slid under his cape, under his cloak as he was kind of like approaching you, and he kind of like readjusts it and begins very hurriedly like power walking up to a jog, and then eventually not a full tilt run, but a very quick jog, just like with the jingling of metal and armor as he
Oh, no.
runs down the street.
Rowan's like, this guy's more concerned than I am too. Jesus. no, but no, I am
Streak's
glad
gonna-
that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Streak's gonna kind of lean over to Garrett and just go, "The guards here are nice."
Yeah, I was gonna say the same.
He's
So-
not just a guard. He is a bright, and they are essentially they're like mage knights. They graduate from the college, and their whole thing is about service to Vekania. So yeah, they actually do kind of care. I mean, there's also regular guards as well. They're not, he's different. He's special versus.
At this
like,
point,
the
you see a
regular
woman
guards.
wearing a like very nice dress. You can see she's got like a nice flowing like emerald green dress with some gilded colors on, like gilded threading and things, and like she just kind of looks at you. You can see she like, at first she starts to like adjust for her left hand onto a sword that's at her hip, but then she
no.
like looks and she like sees Rowan and just like immediately runs over and just, "Are you okay, good sir?"
Well, I was hoping you could tell me.
And she
I
turns-
believe I've.
This
She's-
gentleman needs help. Could someone... And, like, you see a couple more people coming.
No.
God.
Welcome to Vekania.
I just Rowan just stops talking, just like somebody talked for me. This is. I don't like the attention.
Yeah, we were looking for the apothecary who we told runs this location. We had a bright recently head off to go search.
As
for
you're saying that, she
her-
was like, "You there, boy, go get Miss... shit, what's her name? Go get Miss
Adelaide?
Court."
Adelaide, yeah.
And immediately the kid starts to run, then you say that, and the kid just kind of stops and looks, and she's like, no, go anyway, just in case. And the kid runs off, kid maybe 14, 15. And at this point, there's a group of maybe 8 or 9 people from the block that have kind of surrounded you and are like just these looks of concern and horror at your half-dead visage, Rowan.
I think the more people show up, the more Rowan is just very subtly like glamoring himself up to like draw less attention. Just like, oh, this sucks. I hate this. Okay.
Too late now.
I know. At least of all the things, I know that the magic is not like weird here.
And after a few moments, you hear the and the Bright comes running back, the child with him, and behind him you can see like he's like pulling by the arm this woman who just looks half asleep, half like dead to the world. Her hair in a simple, like, it looks like a wrap. She's like trying to like wipe off like these small round spectacles. She's got on kind of like a dark, like maybe brownish cloak, and she's like heavily blinking, and then she like kind of like looks over and just, everyone part makes her way over and just kind of like starts shoving people. Mr. I'm sorry, your name?
Rohan.
Mr. Rohan, you look like death keeled over. What has happened to you? And she immediately is like feeling your forehead and like, you know, like feeling all around, just like looking at like your arms. What are you stabbed? Are you dying? Have you lost much
Poisoned.
blood? Poison. Oh, perish the thought. Please, please, please. And she immediately jiggles some keys and gets the door open and like turns around. You lad can leave. He'll be fine. If you're so worried, you can pay for his medical bills.
Garrett definitely hears me think like, see, Dr. Bell, this is what doctors are like.
And she brings you in. And
Mira looks like a little bit emotional, almost like this is her promised land where people actually care about other people.
Aw. That's sweet.
But she pulls you in, carrying a lantern with her, and then she just kind of like, she like hits it a couple times. It's almost out of oil, and the Bright comes in behind her and just kind of like holds a hand up and like places it down onto the table that is right behind. Like, so you come into a large room. It looks like a display room. There are a bunch of potions and ingredients, things like that. Vials, draughts, all kinds of things. Many of them labeled, some of them not.
I'll turn on the ghost light and let them see it, so that because nobody else is here anyway.
Oh, okay.
So.
And she just,
And these guys probably won't
I
care.
appreciate that. Thank you. And she pulls you to the back where she has you sit behind a table, and she immediately just, talk to me. What has happened to you, Mr. I'm sorry, your name?
Rohan. I was on a ship, and a couple of people died. One of them was, we suspected was
let's focus. What is your full name? Do you remember that?
Rohan Sylvia.
It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Adelaide's Court.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Yes, I was on a ship, and
Please do not use so much energy. Be simple. Wait, what did you
Can
consume?
Frey cut in?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Frey is going to cut in because Rohan is sounding very long-winded. And he's going to say, he ate a poisoned stew. We don't know what the poison was.
I said poison. What else? What other information do we have?
Okay,
I ate poison.
At this point, she like turns away from him and looks to you, Frey. What have his symptoms been?
Frey just kind of gestures to Rohan as a whole.
Yes, he looks like he's dying, but what
again.
specifically has been happening? Has he been throwing up? Has he been bleeding from the eyes? Has he been screaming in his sleep? Has he been unable to sleep? Please, I need specifics. I'm not going to let a man die in my back room.
Have we noticed any specific symptoms besides him just
Uh,
looking terrible?
No
Almost
bleeding,
collapsed.
He
no
passed
screaming,
out a few
passing out several
times.
times.
Yeah.
He's
Losing my
very
balance
weak
when
and
I'm walking.
dizzy.
Yes.
He's sweating a lot.
Okay, yeah, Frey will reiterate all
Scratchy
of that.
throat.
All right,
Oh yeah, the throat thing was first.
I want you to open your mouth and look up, and at this point you see the Bright come over as well, and just like, is everything all right, Mrs. Gordon? She just, yes, and she just motions, and he holds his hand up, and as he does, he opens it, and you see a light hover directly over Rowan's head.
Oh, okay.
All right, now look up at the light and hold your mouth open, please.
I do
How many
it.
spell slots does this guy have?
This probably arts.
And she just kind of looks, oh, this is no good. How could you eat anything? Your throat is, and she like, it is closed up. I can barely see down. You're going to be fine, Mr. Rohan. You will be perfectly fine. Let me see here one moment. And she heads over and pauses for a moment as she heads to the like she pushes past a couple of you and looks down into the showroom and this let's see. She spends a moment just like flicking through some things. She grabs a couple of herbs. That is a good thing. And she just kind of like, to whoever is in the showroom, the front as well, she just, it's a good thing you brought him to me as well. This man will not probably survive another night. I fear his throat would close up and he'd be unable to breathe. This is a horrible poison that's been afflicted to him. What did you all do to have this consumed upon him? How was it ingested? You said a stew? You upset
Yeah,
someone?
so there was a stew that someone else was supposed to get, and he got a small taste of it.
She just gives a nod. Of course. One moment. All right. And she comes back in and places a few vials and jars on the table in front of Rowan. All right. Drink this one slowly. Make sure to gurgle it. And then she turns to the Bright. I need you to heat this one up. And then she turns to Garrett. I need you to crush these leaves in here, but crush this one last, and then add this fine powder to it. Do not crush after the powder's been added. And she hands you a pestle and mortar.
I will get to pestiling.
I want this woman to teach me everything. Okay. I gurgle.
It tastes like you are gurgling sewer water, but it is thick sewer water.
Oh.
Like, it would be like gurgling. The best thing I can think of is like chunky milk.
Oh god.
I, in
No
real
thanks.
life, just had almost gagged.
I did gag. Jesus, Robert, that's terrible.
Listen, alchemy's good. It's strong. It's still fucked up.
Well,
Can someone who knows plants? Who knows plants? And she looks to everyone else while Garrett's crushing that up in the pestle and mortar.
Frey just shakes his head.
Streak is also shaking his head.
Okay, who here knows what mint is? Mint?
I know what
Garrett
mint is.
raises his
I know a
hand.
few things.
You're busy. She points to Garrett. You're busy. Stop. Focus. Don't
Just-
listen to
just
me.
a few,
Focus
but-
or your friend's going to die. You
I
know
know
mint.
mint.
You know mint. Go find it in the front. I am not going to smell this man's breath once he is fixed. I do not wish that.
I will do as bade.
And she keep gurgling. All right. At this point, she pulls out pocket watch. One more minute. Now, while we are doing that, very good. She looks to Garrett. You are doing a good job on that. She turns to the Bright and just, thank you, Mr. Delafose. You're free to go. And he gives a nod. Are you sure these people aren't just going to affect you? And so she just, go. We're fine. You are taking up far too much room, you and your burly armor and your big cloak. It is far too much in this room. It's too small. Go. And he just gives like a half nod and heads out. You can hear him bellowing to everyone. The man's going to be fine. Go to your damned homes. And a moment later, Cassie comes up. So I got some donations. And she holds a small, a small leather pouch and just kind of dumps it out on the table, consisting of about 10 gold, mostly in silver and copper.
Why?
So, like, will that cover all of this treatment?
Can we stay here forever?
That will depend on exactly how bad it is. If this is just going to be a one-time thing, then perhaps we can call it a favor in the future where I'm going to need assistance. You are very good with that pestle and water, mister. And she just kind of, like, points at Garrett again, just pointedly.
Garrett, Viacor.
She kind of, like, pauses at this point. Sorry? Upset.
Viacor? Garrett Viacor?
And she just kind of like shakes her head. All right, Mr. Viacor, well, you're very good at that. Thank you very much. All right, that has been 2 minutes. All right, I need you to swallow it now.
I swallow.
All right, well, I was kidding. Never seen anyone actually do it, but all right. It's not going to hurt you, I promise. All right, now. And she pulls a second vial. It looks like it has water in it, but when she pops the top off, it almost makes your eyes burn like cutting onions. Now, if you would please, and she grabs the pestle and mortar from you and then kind of like crunches it up a tiny bit more on one side and pours it all into the vial, shuts it and shakes it up. It begins fizzing and then bubbling. And then it starts turning pink. She pops it open. All right, now I'm going to need you to swallow this. It is going to burn.
This one's for real, right?
Yes, it is going to burn.
Okay, I drink it. Ron's just trying to fully dissociate, just like I'm somewhere else.
And yeah, it's like swallowing crushed hot peppers. But
Love
boy,
that.
oh boy, oh boy. And then you like, as you're like done, you like you swallow it, then you breathe in again, and you can feel that breathing into your lungs. And you're like, huh. And then you're like, oh, that was like a full breath, and it didn't hurt.
Wow.
And she's like, all right, now you're just going to need to swallow this one. This is going to make the pain go away just a little bit. You don't need to if you don't have to. This one's really just for convenience sake. Or it's going to be like a week of just your throat kind of burning. Okay?
I mean, who wants to hurt? Sure. I eat it. I drink it. Whatever.
And it's smooth. It's like it's kind of like, this vial is like a kind of like a green, like plant-based smoothie, but it has the closest taste I could describe is like a sugary kombucha.
Okay.
It's very weird.
Okay.
But it's not the worst thing. And when it's gone, like, that burning kind of subsides, and then she hands you a couple of those, just leaves of mint. You're going to want to chew on these, swish them around your mouth. Just whatever you can. Just do anything you can.
Yeah, I do it.
All right.
I'm just trying to be fully obedient here.
No, and she turns and kind of like looks to see who vaguely looks in charge, and then she kind of like stops on Garrett again for a second. Mr. Viacor, your friend will be, should be fine. And she turns back to Ron. If he, as she turns back to Garrett, is still exhibiting any symptoms in the morning, bring him back. After he wakes up, he'll be we'll find something a little bit more long-term, but if he is exhibiting symptoms, then we are talking about a poison that may take weeks or months to really handle. Something that, you know, it can affect, like, and she taps on, like, her temple. It can get into your head. It's very bad.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. We'll keep an eye on him, and if there's any lingering symptoms or anything, we'll definitely bring him right back.
Thank you for your help.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Not a problem. We're not exactly in the realm of wanting to watch people who have just fresh off a boat die.
Still, I know we seem to have woken you up, and I know it's an inconvenience.
No, it's just perfectly fine. I was reading a very interesting book, but it is alright.
Can I ask, where did you learn how to do this?
Well, part of it was... and she kind of pauses. I was trained by... I had a tutor, but I also spent some time at the Lucian Ray. Lots of things.
Okay.
There's a number of places that you get to learn these sorts of things. Mostly a tutor after I, well... And she kind of holds her hand, and you see some small faint sparks of red and green that kind of come out of her hand. Never really got past that part, so...
I think I like holding my hand up and do it back.
Oh, well then.
Well,
Do appreciate
okay.
another who's apt, hopefully more so than me. If there's a favor I could ask of you...
Of course. Anything.
Please don't die on the streets. It really brings out the value of our... my establishment here. It looks bad.
I think Rohan like chuckles a little and it's like, I promise if I'm gonna die, I'll do it indoors.
She gives him a little, like, pat on, like, the side of the head, like, right above the ear. Almost like a dog. Just like, alright. Now then. I'm going to have to clean up. I don't like when other people clean my work areas, so... No offense to you, Mr. Rowan, but... You are very dirty and sweaty, and you smell vaguely of fish, and it is very gross.
Absolutely. I will be out of your hair.
If you want to thank me proper, you can do so in the morning.
Will do. Thank you. I like...
As for payment, I know we already have...
We're fine unless he comes back. Go.
Okay.
Okay.
And then she kind of, like, pauses. Mr. Beacourt. And she kind of, like, gives a look to you. Like, she just, like, raises her eyebrows, like, huh? And, like, waits to see his response.
Yes.
That Beacourt?
Yes.
My condolences about your family.
Yes, it was hard to hear about that. I'll be honest. I was all the way over out by Alice here, little town just north of there. When I first heard about it, I haven't heard anything in a while. If there's any news, I don't know what you've heard, but outside of
the talk of... It's been the talk of the city. Talk of all of Vekania. It was an attempt on many lives. Sorry that happened. What all have you been told, Mr. Viejo? And the rest of you would notice that, like, her temperament of being, like, completely in control has definitely subsided in Garrett's presence a little bit, and she's gotten, like, a little bit softer and a little bit more, like respectful specifically of him.
Does it seem like she's, like, being respectful because, like, she's trying to give him really bad news, or is it because he's, like, a superior?
Give me a wisdom into it.
Okay.
Can anyone do that?
Yeah.
My brand new +1 in Intuit.
Yay!
Mira doesn't know what people are talking about ever.
Very surprised you made it this far.
Rowan, the vague idea that you seem to be reading is she's, like, uncomfortable with being the one to deliver bad news to someone like this.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. I guess Garrett probably clocks me reading that on her face.
Oh
So,
god, yeah, you guys have the earrings, don't you?
Yeah, so I guess he can decide what he does with that information.
Yeah, well, I also kind of would have figured that out as well.
Yeah.
That she doesn't want to give me any bad news. Well, what I had heard was I'd originally gotten word that there had been an attack. I'd gotten a letter. Mostly it was concerned about my own family, my wife. And basically that she was safe at the time that the letter was written. I was supposed to meet my friend Dorian Bescant for the he was supposed to meet me and we were to return to the city together, but I haven't heard anything from him since then.
I do not know anything of this Dorian Biscan, but yes, I'm so sorry. I know that the Lady Vivienne Viacor, most of her family was killed in the attack. I know her cousin that she was close to was killed. She kind of pauses and just kind of narrows her brow. Like, you can see how uncomfortable she is speaking about this.
Yeah. No, it's... I appreciate it. Which cousin was it, may I ask?
The one that was like a sister to her, I do not remember the name, but from what I am told, Flèche d'Argent was attacked completely during a party that was being hosted.
It was during a party.
Yes, I know that her aunt, or her... She, like, narrows her eyes. One of these survivors lost a leg. There was a big explosion. Part of Flèche d'Argent was destroyed completely. It seemed like it was an attack on all of the duchy as a whole. It is a small miracle we thank the saints every day that the Duchess was not there herself.
Yeah, of course. Was aside from my family, who else was seriously injured?
Many people. I do not know of all of them, but I believe the death toll was over 30 or 40 last told. More than one. As I said, a very large explosion. Flèche d'Argent was, or perhaps still is, in severe disrepair.
I didn't hear any of that.
Why?
Like, you mean your mic, like his mic cut out, or?
Yeah, he's
I'm
super
sorry.
cut out for me.
I'm sorry.
It might have been just me, but I would like to hear.
If I am cutting out, like, please let me know. Like, I'm constantly trying to watch the feedback thing, but sometimes I do get a little distracted on it. So you have to, like, you know, let me know. But yeah, no, she just, yeah, the death toll was 30 or 40 at the least. At least last the story was told, and Flèche d'Argent was completely... A large explosion took out most of it.
Well,
Frey, you could give me an int now to understand what Flèche d'Argent is.
Okay.
That is one of the... So, members that are related to the royal family, the Duchess's family, often have... Those and those who are in power have, like, manors, mansions, and palaces on the same grounds as the Duchess. Flèche d'Argent is one of the nicer ones.
Okay. Can you spell that, please?
Oh god, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that is apparently Garrett's home.
Mm-hmm.
It was just... They do not... Hopefully more news will reach us sooner rather than later, but, yes, it is horrible what has happened. I'm so sorry that you were not there. I was always told
Well-
that, the stories of Miss Viacor, the Lady Viacor's husband was of a more common variety, but I was not expecting, no offense meant, but, this from the region.
Yeah, no, I was a. It's funny enough, but no, I was a peasant in Eindar, so yeah, you pick up a few things along the way, and I never quite got used to the whole. Just kind of gestures my hand around, thing. So. But yes, no, it's I trust that she's safe still, and I just it's a lot to take in.
She just kind of like gives this somber look. Yes, the last that we heard was the Lady Viacor was having trouble walking after the attack. Something about she just shakes her head. I do not wish to give you speculative details. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I'm sorry that your friend Mr. Rohan here was dying. I'm so sorry about so many things, Mr. Viacor.
I appreciate it, but there's nothing for you to truly be sorry about, as it's all outside of, you had nothing to do with it. But I appreciate the help for my friend. I
do know
appreciate
that,
you bringing me this news.
As meager as it is, there is good news that the Duchess has appointed a special council to investigate and hopefully find out what did happen and why there was an attack.
Good. And I will certainly be glad to see my wife as soon as I can get there. I'm so glad to be back in Vekania.
She just gives a smile at that. It is certainly, She just shakes her head. I've always spent meager amounts of time outside of it, mostly in study, but there is something about it. Her air is cleaner, in a way. I do not believe I would eat a stew and get poisoned.
True. That was, yeah, that's... Oh, Vrayland.
Oh, I apologize. She just shakes her head at that. Anyway, yes, if you wish to properly thank me, please do so in the morning when, your friend here does not smell so much like, fish and bodily fluids.
Sure, the rest of us don't smell particularly great either. We'll be finding some lodgings, and we'll pay you a visit again during a more sociable hour.
She gives a knowing nod at that, and follows you guys to the door where she opens it and locks it behind her, using the dying lamp to find her way around. As she eventually, you see more lights moving around inside. She seems to have found another one in the back. And welcome to Vekania, guys.
I love it. I love her.
Oh boy.
It's late at
I want
night,
to know how to do that.
closing in on midnight, and
Where was
Yeah.
that inn that you? What was that inn you originally mentioned?
there were two of them that were mentioned, Mariner's Rest and Beltel Ozen.
I think you said the bell toll was busier, right? Sorry.
The Beltol is generally the busier one, but it's also the cheaper one.
But Ronnie, you were saying.
Frey would start guiding them to the Mariners one, the expensive one.
Cassie, while that was going on, Cassie would have pulled you aside and been like, I'm not staying in a smelly inn again. I feel like we dealt with enough of that, so, you guys are free to go there, but I'm going to be bringing Molly, and we're going to be going to the Mariners Rest. If you want to join us, that's fine.
That's where we're going.
That would have been to Frey, like, as an aside while you were dealing with all that.
Oh.
Well, I can't speak for the others, but I definitely was planning to stay there as well. If you'd like to go ahead, we could meet you there.
She gives a nod. I'll get Henrietta set up, and we'll me and Molly will make a night of it. I hear that, and she kind of leans in close. I hear they have a really nice warm bath. They reheat it every hour.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
They have a full sauna. It's huge.
Oh, desperately needed right now. Yes, well, hopefully Rohan will be okay after all this, but well, we'll get there when we get there.
And she will have headed off with Molly, leaving Roland with you guys.
How's he doing? He's just chilling. How is he taking all of this?
He seems, I don't want to say panicked, but he's definitely off-put by all of this. If that makes sense. He's doesn't want to say anything. And he's just kind of bidden in the back, just, keeping his eyes peeled.
Yeah.
He obviously waited outside during that stuff in the game, so.
I think Frey will say to just kind of watching Garrett as they leave the shop. They'll just say, We'll get there soon. Sooner than ever before now.
Yes. He just kind of nods his head along, and it feels strange to be this close and yet still so far. We're using my Wayfinder knowledge. I know that we are exactly X number of days away from Artavishte if we travel at an average pace.
An X number of days I will eventually do the math for, but not at this exact moment.
But we will pretend that I said that number.
Nah, you know what? Screw it. I'll do the math really quick.
Soon, but for tonight we need to get some rest. Rohan needs some rest.
Absolutely. But I think that Mariners... what was that place again that the guard mentioned? Mariners...
The Mariners Rest?
Yes, I think that would be good for everyone.
Yes, Molly and Cassie already went ahead.
Oh, good.
I believe the guard said it was down this way, and Frey will take a stab at leading the way?
Did they take Henrietta and the wagon?
Yes.
Okay, do we need the wagon for Rohan?
No, Rowan
I
can
can
walk.
He
I
can
can
walk
walk.
now? Because
Yeah.
you said
I can
earlier
walk.
No, I
was...
said he could walk. It's just like anything more than that, and he'd be falling over.
Oh, okay. I thought we had him in the wagon.
No running.
Yeah, because
He's on poolside rules.
Okay. So he can't eat 30 minutes before going in the pool?
And if you feed him after midnight, he's also on Gremlins
Gremlins
rules.
rules. Okay.
By the way, you're looking at about 4 or 5 days travel, depending on how good the weather is and everything.
Okay. So,
Anyway, so with that, you guys and Roland are left alone on a street in Milo Harbor. Rowan, you can breathe and it doesn't hurt. Like, your lungs are able to take in, like, there's still, like, just a tiny bit, like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just like breathing a sigh of relief and just thinking like I cannot wait to have like a hot bath and just pass out.
So, you guys are heading off to, the Mariner's Rest.
Yep.
Sounds like it.
You make your way over towards the, based on the directions, the Mariner's Rest, where you head inside, and first off, you have to walk up. You can see there is a line of carriages out front, and you can see that Cassie is in line behind what seems like a carriage that's picking someone up. It is literally like a huge driveway in front of this place. It is 3 or 4 stories tall. You can see there is just fancy topiary that is perfectly cut. You can see where there is what looks like, as you like approach, there's a fountain in the center right next to the staircase that you walk up, and the fountain has a dragon roaring, like a true dragon roaring, and it's breathing out what seems to be blue flames that after about 1.5 feet fade off and condense into water droplets and then fall into the rest of the fountain.
fancy.
This is very fancy, Mira says, like, kind of under her breath.
The walkway is lined with silver lanterns, not red ones. They don't seem to flicker either. Like, there's a very faint flicker once in a while, but it is not nearly as intense or consistent as the flickering of flame.
Oh, this is lovely.
And, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Cassie is immediately the first to approach someone and, hi, I think we're only gonna be staying for the one night, but we're hoping to get the full experience. I'll be paying for myself, and I'm going to be paying for, and she kind of like looks back at you guys, that one, and she points at Strieg, and this one, and she puts her arm around,
Jesus Christ.
around Molly.
I'm
Rude
not
as hell.
special.
Wow.
And this one. And she scratches Henrietta behind the ears. Full treatment. I would like her to get a full treatment on everything, making sure the hooves are good, you know, full cleanings. Like, honestly, if you could just give her a spa day tonight by, like, morning, that would be great. I'll pay extra. And she, like, you see her slip a gold into the gentleman's pocket. And, getting all of the clothes that we have in the wagon cleaned, that would be stupendous as well. Honestly, just the full package, whatever you can give us. And she then kind of like turns back and like actively noticing you, just gives a big wave. Hi there. Is everyone else ready to check in? I went ahead and took care of it for a couple of us. Streak. And she like waves and runs over and like pulls you forward.
Reluctantly, I'm pulled forward.
So I was talking, and unfortunately, the only rooms that they have they only had one double. So given that we are a little short on coin, and Molly doesn't really like sleeping in rooms with other people that much, I thought we could share one.
I'm fine on the floor. The floor's better for me.
That's fine, but we could still share a room.
Sure. Yeah, you're paying, so...
Of course, yes. And we are going to be getting the full package. They have a very nice... they have someone who's going to be, able to... we're getting a full bath experience. They will have hot baths, a sauna, all of that fun stuff. We'll be able to get a nice relaxing day before we head out tomorrow.
The wince on Streak's face is just growing deeper and deeper with every word she says.
She kind of like leans in. We actually, you see, I was actually talking with him, and apparently they're going to have a nice, they have a famous Vekanian masseuse in, who is going to be offering some private massages, and I thought I could book us a couple.
It is a full-on grimace now.
You need to relax a little bit. It's the least I can do for paying you back for falling over you all that time ago and making all these horrible things happen.
You really don't need to do that. If you want to help with the room, that's fine, but I don't need all the extra stuff, really.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe you'll change your mind, but if not, that's okay too. There's a lot of horrible things that are happening, and I thought I could just do something nice for you. Why would you ever accept anything nice, String? And she like squeezes your hand a little bit.
I don't know how to answer that.
Oh.
So why don't you try? What's the worst that could happen? I mean, obviously, if someone's giving you a massage and then they like put you in a headlock and strangle you to death, that would be really bad. But I'm right here and I can protect you.
I don't really want someone to touch me.
Oh, at this point, she like pulls her hand away from yours. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Can we just go in?
Yeah. She like awkwardly you can tell she wants to like grab your hand and pull you forward, but after saying that, she like doesn't know what to do.
I very hesitantly offer my elbow.
She locks arms with you and like excitedly, like obviously like shaking in excitement and trying not to skip, like begins moving forward. Oh, it'll be
I kind of just shoot over, like, backwards over my shoulder. I shoot a look at Garrett and the others, like, oh, good lord, what have I done?
Give him a thumbs up.
Who is she again? I know her name, but huh?
It's a bit of a long story. Why don't we fill you? We never filled you in on the ship. We could have. I thought we would have filled you in on the ship. A couple of days.
I think it's time to go over the whole story from the beginning.
Yeah.
For Alex's sake. Oh.
Please.
Well, perhaps we should,
Don't worry, you guys have some time in line to wait.
Yeah. So, long story short, met up with them in this town just northeast of Alisir. Them being Rohan, Strig, and Cass. We made our way towards Alisir and picked up Molly along the way. Cass was
I feel like we're
originally...
giving her a travel itinerary, but I guess we should maybe say who they were also.
Yeah. So Cass was originally part of... Well, I was going to get to that part now, yeah.
Okay.
But so Cass was originally part of Rohan's convoy.
Caravan.
Caravan. Thank you. Caravan. From... You know what? I never asked Rohan where he was originally coming from. Anyways, she was part of his original caravan, and she was looking to get to Alice here, so I was heading that way, and we all kind of just grouped up and headed over, and then we ran into Molly in the middle of a clearing with this guy named Haggard Jack, and this was not a good meeting. There were
Was that his
pistols involved,
First
and
name?
yeah, his name was Haggard Jack, and he
I
was.
feel like probably his name was Jack.
His name was probably Jack. Yeah, no, you're
I
right.
feel like
you're
Jack
right.
was not his family name. Like they were
Well, Haggard was
sailors.
his
They were
title.
pirates.
Haggard was his title. Yeah, they were pirates.
Yeah, so I
and,
think it was.
Oh.
their ship we were over by the coast at the time, and their ship had been attacked by Umbraei, and they'd managed to survive. We picked them up, managed to kind of talk them down a bit from not killing each other or us. We made it to
Mercury Town?
Yeah, Mercury Town, where overnight Jack promptly tried to kill Molly, and
In her
she
sleep.
Yeah, while she was sleeping, and she defended herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
My favorite part is that none of this explains who Cassie is or why she's here.
I
So
mean,
then,
I think the thing is that we don't have much of a better answer. Well,
Yeah.
okay. What I will say is that
so we had to hide a body, and that turned into a whole thing. And then we made our way to Alice here, where Cass was kidnapped.
Okay, so going back a little bit,
It's my headcanon that Garrett explained all that and isn't understanding why she's confused. So he just explained it again.
so going back a bit, Cassie was in my caravan coming to Leshka, and I was interested in her because she is wealthy, and as you know, I like making money. So I followed her around while we were in Leshka, and she sort of picked up Strieg and Garrett, and specifically Cassie has the ability to vaguely see the future, kind of similar to Frey, but a little different. It's kind of, I don't think she even knows really how it works, but anyway, she had some vision that Strieg is very important and she needs to be around him and protect him and whatever, and she's clearly wildly in love with him, so
Oh, that's news to me.
oh
So you were
That what that looks like?
what
Is that what that sort of thing looks like? She looks
What's
a
the
little confused.
so what looks like?
That sort of relationship?
Well,
She seems confused as to how to word what she is asking.
I'll be honest, I don't know if Strieg is really into her. And
No,
if he
no,
is
I
at all,
understood that part.
Okay.
okay. Then I'm not sure what you're confused about.
Cassie's just kind of bubbly. And yeah.
She's infatuated with him / thinks he's like gonna save the world or something, and is essential to fate unfolding the way it's supposed to, or something like that. So I don't know what relationship exactly you would call that, but he's important to her, and Strieg doesn't really set boundaries, so
Oh. I guess I just don't really know very much about romance.
You and me both.
Garrett, it is around this time that you notice Roland has been slowly making his way away from this horrifyingly gratuitous display of wealth and trying to sneak away. He's probably about 40 or 50 feet away during this conversation when you finally notice him.
Roland,
We would get in so much trouble if anything happened to you.
Look, I understand this is probably a lot for you, but if at least just for the night, we would like you to stay with us,
I
please.
don't have any coin. I don't.
That's
I don't
okay.
have nothing.
Neither do I, so you can stay with me.
That's yeah. We'll get it sorted out. We'll
I feel like I'm not. And he kind of just looks around a little bit, and
I know.
I think maybe
is today. It's okay. It's been a few days, right? I have spell slots.
Yeah.
I will say, okay, you know what? Come with me, and I'll like pull him like somewhere out of eyesight of everybody. Maybe like go outside if we have to. And I will cast True Disguise on him to make him look like someone else and fancy, like appropriately fancy for what everybody else in there looks like.
he looks down at himself and just
I guess I'll do it to myself too.
he just looks a little startled, and I think it's more just I don't feel comfortable here.
You don't have to leave the room. It just you need somewhere to stay for the night, and I don't want to just.
Why? What is it that you don't feel comfortable with here?
The people?
You don't like them? Or you're
Coin
scared of
being
them?
spent? It's just a lot in general.
Yes, I definitely see that.
I know, what happened with Papa's making me like him, but I'm not brave like him. I'm sorry.
I totally get that.
I can't. At this point, he backs up and turns and starts running.
Oh boy.
I can run after I was gonna say small boy, but he's not a small boy. He's like a teenager, whatever, right?
He's like,
Oh my god, can I finally do this? Oh my god, can I finally do this?
No, I can just probably run for longer than he can. So
Robert,
I'll just wait until he's tired and then be like,
What?
"Hey, it's okay."
I cast enlarge limbs on one of his legs.
Don't do that.
I'll reverse that
Scene.
roll. I'll reverse it
No.
afterwards.
he's
No.
starts
Oh my
running.
God.
No!
He starts running.
No.
He gets about
No.
30
Listen,
feet away
you guys don't have time to convince me not to.
to the edge of where the U driveway starts.
gonna
It's a
torture a
slight
man.
incline, and immediately his right leg just becomes huge, and he just and launches himself about 8 feet into the air, and then comes tumbling, and just
Oh, no.
immediately.
No, I'll catch him. I will catch
me-
the poor
let me-
boy.
Let me give Not Streak a save really quick.
How many people are noticing this?
Why did you make a scene? Oh my god.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that looks like surprisingly that's a fail. Yeah, he and just you go to catch him. Give me a physical save.
Okay, can I drop it as soon as he's not running anymore?
Shit.
So you watch as he goes flying about 8-9 feet into the air, doing a full front flip with one giant leg flailing, cresting into the sky. Mira, you slide to a stop to catch him as he is falling face first into the ground. He crashes into you, and you both fall and take
I'm sorry, this is a snap decision.
2 damage
Somebody
That's
should
not
take
much.
my magic away.
as he crushes you.
That's fine. I'm durable.
Is he durable?
Yeah, mostly it's more like he knees you in the face with a knee the size of your entire body.
Listen, her nose probably doesn't even bleed.
She gets like a little scuff and just rubs it off.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so can I drop enlarged limbs? This
Yeah.
is not a thing I actually. Okay, good. I drop it as soon as he's not running.
I think Mira would actually, like, kind of frown at you a little bit.
I think you see that I also am like, oh no, that was not the right move. I think truly, like, and Garrett would probably get this, is that, like, in my head, this whole, like, since I got this spell, I've been thinking, you know what I'm gonna do? As soon as we're in a situation, and this is, like, both Rohan and others, it's like, as soon as we're in a situation where someone's running away and we have to stop them, all I have to do is enlarge one limb. It's gonna be so funny and cool. And then we were in that situation, and my snap decision was just, it's happening.
Listen, you tested it.
It worked, and I immediately regretted it. But yeah, I think you definitely see like a big yikes on my face.
There's also a
Ray
bunch of
looks
very
horrified
rich
as
people
well.
and some guards that are staring at you now.
It's all right. It's okay.
Our friend's having a bit of
he's full on like
hysterics.
like his face is red now and puffy, and he's like having a panic attack. I need to go.
I will stand in front of him and give him some room to breathe.
And he
I guess.
turns and just like he looks at like the 3 directions to go, and he darts down the street that's parallel to the.
No, I have a hand on his wrist, but
Just let him,
I mean, if he looks like he wants to go somewhere, we can walk in that direction, and I'll just like
He
kind
goes
of
to run and just
wave.
please just let me go.
It's okay. We
can't.
can walk over there and calm down. It's
so
all right.
much.
It's okay. We'll go right over there. It's all right.
Give me a charisma convince. Actually, no. Give me a strength convince.
Okay.
You are holding his wrist and you are very strong.
I mean, I'm trying to be more nice, but I
Yeah,
mean, I
but
guess
that's what the convince part's for. He just... Okay. Alright, look, I'm sorry that I'm not brave and strong like Streak.
it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to be.
Sorry.
A guard approaches you, Rowan, as they begin walking towards a nearby alleyway.
Don't enlarge people's legs, man.
Everything
rude.
all right here, sir?
Yes, everything's great. How are you doing?
He, like, looks you up and down. I'm going to ask that you and your party leave the premises, sir. Alex, what the fuck was that?
Me laughing and blowing a raspberry, I guess. Don't pay attention to me.
I just genuinely wasn't sure it was so muffled from you being close to the mic.
I'm not close to the mic.
Oh my god, it sounded like you got right up in there for that. But anyway, yeah. And he, like, looks to the rest of you. If you would please leave the premises, sir.
Okay.
I guess we're going to the other end now.
Wait, I will say to him, like, I'm definitely happy to leave. They had no part in this. Would it be okay if they stay? I take full responsibility. I'll
Give me a charisma convince.
okay. Please. Let's go. Thank you.
He looks to the rest of them, looks back to you. You and the 2 compatriots that headed out into the night, please leave, sir.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. I leave. Great.
And he, you see as, like, he produces, like, as you're turning to walk, he produces a small tome and puts a hand on it while looking at you, and you see an ink etching of your face begin to get emblazoned on it.
Wait, I have a question. Okay. Before all of this started, I said that I cast True Disguise on myself and on Roland to make us look like other people. Did I not?
No, you said to make yourselves look rich and comfortable.
Like
Yeah.
other people.
Oh, yeah, I assumed the like other people was you wanted to...
I think I did say I made Roland look like somebody else. I probably didn't make myself look like somebody
Okay.
else, but I mean, if Roland wants, I can drop it on him and he can come back. Mira would have to sneak
No.
in.
Roland
No,
doesn't
the
wanna come
etching
back,
is only
though.
for
Roland's
you.
like,
you
"I'm
don't
out,"
see it for the
yeah.
others, just for you.
Yeah. All right. Well. Okay. All right. I mean, I go find this other end then.
You
Man,
get some eyeballs from people who are like, obviously we're waiting in line, and you just delayed everything by like minutes.
Yeah.
You're out of over the earring. You're just getting a combination of what's the best way I can describe this? It's like when a parent sees their kid do something crazy but also kind of dumb. So like it's funny, but they're also mildly exasperated, but they're more trying to not laugh. You know what I mean?
That's a lot of emotion, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so... Rowan,
As with most things Rohan does, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I get. Obviously, having understood your thoughts, Garrett knows where you're coming from, but at the same time, like, he's like, it was a bit much.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sorry. I will stay here. And again, this is over the earring. I'll stay here with Cass and the rest. That way we can at least keep in touch. And we can plan from there.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Does Frey still want to stay, or is Frey going?
Oh, Frey still wants to stay. He's not letting Rohan ruin this.
almost did. It almost happened.
This is like when your friend does something dumb and you just abandon them. Bye. Oh.
I'm so upset.
It's okay.
Ugh.
It's not
It is. You did what you thought was the right thing to do.
what I did last time too.
As you guys
When
make
you
your
got
way,
poisoned?
Yeah, and the
And
time
he
before
got
that when I
cured
got
for
locked up
free.
my-
the concierge approaches the rest of you. In this case, it is, I guess, just Garrett and Frey at this point.
Yeah.
A room for two?
Or 2 rooms, up to you.
It is up to you. I am not the one here asking.
I was asking Frey.
Well, how much for a room?
Single rooms are going to be... are you looking for full experience? Base price is going to be about 1.5 gold. Though if you are looking for more of our amenities, we do have packages for that.
What's
well-
included in the base experience? Let's start with that.
You get to sleep here tonight.
Okay. No food, no wash, none of that.
He looks confused at why that would be included. Like he doesn't even think he should be answering.
How much would
Our
that
best deal
would it?
is going to be the full experience, which will include access to our sauna. We have 3 separate saunas. We also have a private sauna. That one does cost more. It is not included with our packages, but we can reserve one of them for you for some time if you would like. We have a number of masseuses on staff, and he kind of like looks specifically to you, Garrett. We have barbers and groomers if you are looking for that. We have people who can do your clothes. The full package would be 5 gold a night per person. That will include dinner tonight, breakfast, and a glass of wine. Additional wine, there is a charge. Dinner tonight is probably going to be ending, and he produces a pocket watch in the next 30 to 45 minutes, depending on availability.
Well, this is awkward. Garrett only has 2 gold on him.
Frey also has 2 gold. Well, I think just the one room then. And do you have a smaller package that includes just a bath?
Yes, we could. The bath access for the extent of your stay of night would be another 3 silver. So you would be looking at 1 gold, 8 silver for a room and bath access. If you would like.
Can I earring to Garrett that I have gold? I'll come back and give it to him.
Well, you'd have to re-true disguise yourself.
No, I mean, I don't think they're gonna. I'll meet you outside.
They want pay up front.
Sure, I'll meet you. I'm like, how far could I possibly have gone? I'll meet you outside and just hand it to you and then leave.
Frey will ask, and what about adding on breakfast as well?
Breakfast would run you another 5 silver. That
Alright,
is all you
how
can
much
eat.
How much is that in total?
2 gold, 3 silver.
Frey will hand over the 2 gold and 3 silver.
He gives a bow. Thank you and welcome to the Mariner's Rest. And motions for you to head in.
Thank you kindly.
And then he looks to Garrett for payment.
Those 2 gold, 3 silver each?
Frey purchased a single room.
No, I purchased the shared room.
Oh, you wanted a shared room?
Shared room. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shared room would be 2.5 gold. So it would be a total of 3 gold, 3 silver. But that would have just been for food and bath access for Frey. So 2.5 gold for the room, and then 8 silver for food and bath access.
Okay, so then it would be the same thing for me as well.
8 more
2.5
silver
gold.
for... No, the 2.5 gold's already paid, so that would just be 8 silver for the food and bath access if you wanted it.
Yeah, so I will hand over 8 silver. Why can't I math? Calculator. Why can't I do basic
The total
math? That's
between the two of you then would be 4 gold, 1 silver.
Okay.
41 silver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 2 gold. Garrett, you have 2 gold, right?
I've got 2 gold, 12 silver. So I will delete my gold.
And I will pay the 2 gold and 1 silver. Yes, I think that's it. Okay.
Give a nod. Welcome to the Mariner's Rest. And you head through a small entryway corridor, beyond which it is much more opulent. There is a small, it's almost like the same shape as like a movie theater where you first come in and there's like, instead of ticket booths, it's like, people who are behind a bar and a few people set up at the bar, but behind that it seems to open up to rooms and things like that. And you see this gentleman, you can see like dark skin, gray hair, black goatee, wearing this fancy white and blue kind of just like very nice, just white and blue suit with this golden leafing, a couple of earrings in, and he comes over to you and just immediately shakes each of your hands and just, hello there, my name And he just kind of like, specifically he would approach Frey first because Frey does look fancier. And just, my name is Lester Goodfellow. How do you do this fine evening?
It's a pleasure, Mr. Goodfellow. I am Frey Rock, and this is my friend, and he gestures towards Garrett so he can introduce himself however he'd like. Clearly his name has meaning here.
Yes. I will shake. I reach out to shake his hand as well.
Actually,
I'll be like,
Garrett, I need you to give me an it no on his name.
okay, good fellow.
I will
I'm
give so happy you didn't get banned here.
Let's see.
Yes! I love lore dumps! You recognize his name, not immediately, like it takes a second, but you're like, where have I... Older... And he was a Deregion marshal for a number of years.
Lester was?
Yes.
Okay.
Lester Goodfellow was a famous Deregion marshal who actually did a lot of work with setting up, like, the small towns and essentially deputizing new watchmen in Eindarid after the Black Sun. Like, he spearheaded a lot of the projects to help and revitalize a lot of the smaller towns.
Garrett will cock his head to the side a little bit and be like, The Lester Good why can't I Lester Goodfellow?
Recognized for my exploits north of here. You're not Vekanian yourself, are you?
No, not originally Garrett via Core. I'm originally from Redwater out of Eindarid.
Redwater. Oh. Talk about backwoods. That's about as far away from civilization as you could be.
Absolutely.
He kind of like looks you up and down. The brigade. You carry yourself like one.
Fourth.
He just gives a respectful nod and then shakes your hand very firmly.
I shake back firmly.
Impressive work you all did during the Black Sun, especially. I felt bad with some of the things I sent you all into, but damn fine work.
We understood what was at stake, and proud to have served.
Well, it is certainly heartening to see. And he kind of like looks you up and down again. I assume you're not here for the long haul. You will be heading onward.
Yes, making our way to Artavishte. Gotta get home.
And he kind of like... Sorry, you said vehicle.
Yes, I married into the family.
You're... A small world. The region soldier who married up. Apologize for what happened. Sorry that... Nonsense. The least the rest can do for a veteran of the Black Sun is treat him like the hero he truly is. Emotions over. Get this man the full package, anything he needs tonight. It's on the house.
Oh, well, that's...
Please, the least you can get is a bit of a trim, cleaned up.
Thank
you deserve to look like the Vekanian you've married into. And I imagine for Frey, this is very interesting that he's the one being ignored and not treated like anything special.
He's fine with this. This is Garrett's place.
I appreciate it. My thanks, and
Please.
been
you should always put your best foot forward, especially going back to what happened.
Yes, I heard some of what had happened there, and been on the road for a while, so it'll be nice to freshen up a bit and start to feel like a man again versus this, and kind of motions.
He just like pats you on the shoulder and just certainly, please let us get you cleaned up, get you a nice change of clothes, get you a little bit more Vekanian make.
Yes.
From one region Black Sun veteran to another.
Frey will look at Garrett and just say, I'll meet you up at the room then. And he'll look at Mr. Goodfellow and say, it was a pleasure meeting you.
He, at this point, like, finally turns his attention to you and, like, shakes your hand again and just, oh, yes, you as well, Mr.
Varrock.
Yes, Mr. Vor. Yeah, he turns back to Garrett. Please, you must have some stories. If you have time later tonight, perhaps we could recant over some wine.
Oh, certainly. Sounds good. Let me just get the road dust off here and the well, more like sea salt, I guess, at this point. And
I'll get you cleaned up.
I'll certainly stop back in. And I will proceed to give him another good vigorous shake and head the hand and head on up to the room. Well, I guess to the
catch up to Frey.
Yeah.
Acquaintance of yours?
Not directly. He was he was higher up the command chain in the brigades, but he did a lot for Eindarad. He was absolutely instrumental in some of the reconstruction and the defense of our cities during the Year of the Black Sun and following.
I see, an impressive figure indeed. Well, I'm going to go. I think after like Frey puts his stuff down on his bed, he'll. I think I'm gonna go find that bath, but you get any wine or anything of the sort from Mr. Goodfellow? Bring us some back up here.
I'll make sure to bring a bottle. But I will proceed to the sauna and baths and see what I can do about getting cleaned up. See the resident hairstylist.
As you are, did you head up to your room first or no?
Yeah, just to drop my stuff off.
All right, I assume Frey did too. That conversation was while you guys were doing that.
Yep.
While you were heading up, you would have heard like tumbling on the like flight of stairs above you as you're like heading up the first half. I forget what it's called, where it like half turn, half again. But, yeah, like it was like, and you hear, like you get up to the second flight, and you can see where Cassie is just like wincing, leaning against the wall, like holding her knee, and Molly's leaning down next to her and like looks over at you guys. She was
oh my gosh, what happened?
Excited and tripped. And Molly like starts to try to help her up, and Cassie just like, I'm fine, everything's good, I'm fine. Streaks, and, like she like looks around. Streaks should be coming along shortly. We're going to the sauna. We're gonna be getting a full massage, hopefully tonight, maybe in the morning. Just waiting for Streak. I got really excited, and you know, and she kind of like looks around, waiting for Streak to come down.
What? You know what? He might still be putting some of his stuff away. What room number are you? I'll check in with him.
Oh, we're in Lord Suite 2.
Lord Suite 2. Okay. I'll check in with him and see what I can do. I'll be heading towards the saunas myself shortly, so I'll see about bringing him
Love
along.
to see you there. And she excitedly heads down, like she's kind of like limping down the stairs excitedly with Molly trying to help her.
Make sure they put a little extra massage on your leg there.
She's already like stumbling down and not really listening. Oh. Alright, so you guys head up to your room, put your things down, and make your way to the sauna? Or is Frey also heading to the... Or no, Garrett's heading to go get cleaned up first.
Yeah.
Frey is gonna go find the non-sauna baths that he paid for.
Okay. They are warm baths.
Yeah. I do want a quick stop in on Streak when we can get to it.
Alright. Yeah, so... you were gonna stop at Streak first. Alright. So, you head to Lord's Suite 2. What is Streak doing in the Lord's Suite 2?
Just sitting on the floor, killing time.
Cassie said, oh yeah, Cassie probably will give you like that. Oh yeah, you know, we're gonna go ahead, but we'll be waiting for you. And then just like, she was so excited she didn't even wait.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm just like, okay,
and
I'll
you hear
just
a
give
knock
it
at the door.
while.
It's been maybe 2 minutes and you hear a knock at the door.
I slowly get up, haul myself to my feet, crack the door open.
And you see my face. Hey, Streak. I know you probably aren't in much of a mood for a massage or whatnot. But I was gonna at least head to the saunas and get like a bath and cleaned up a bit. I know Cass would probably be a little hurt if you didn't show up at all. So maybe just a little bath just to kind of appease her a bit, but you don't have to go for the whole thing. Just a recommendation.
Yeah, alright.
Besides, don't you want to get all that fish smell off?
He kind of like looks down at himself. And he almost like turns to sniff his shoulder and he just shrugs like, I don't smell anything.
You've got nose blind. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes.
Can you imagine how gross and salty everything is after a week on a ship?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Been on boats before, he's used to it.
Oh god.
Has anyone told Streak about Roland?
So we had a bit of an incident after you and Cass managed to get inside, and Molly. Roland tried to run away. Things were a little too much for him, and Rohan tried to solve things his way and created a bit of a scene, and they got kicked out. So they're making their way to that other inn that was mentioned, and he's really Roland there's really stressed out, but Mira's managed to talk him down a bit, and they're with him, so they're gonna take care of him.
Street kind of squints at you for a second and then just like closes his eyes and shakes his head and just goes, what did he do?
You know that time that he made his arm really, really big?
Oh. Fuck.
Yeah, he did that with one of Roland's legs while he was trying to run
What
away.
the fuck?
Yeah, it happened too quick, but yeah, that was kind of our response. And he was panicking and was freaking out, and Mira managed to calm him down a bit. But
why would he do that?
Roland was upset with all well, you know how it is. It's the wrong crowd for him, you know, too rich, too fancy, too loud.
He kind of gestures to himself and then just like opens his arms and goes, "Yeah, been there."
Yeah, he's not quite as used to it as you are. So yeah. So he freaked out over that. And...
So enlarging his leg?
Well, it stopped him from running away on his
Why
own.
the fuck didn't you just let him run?
That was kind of my thought, but Rohan was trying to be helpful, and so he kind of, he was trying to do what he thought was right. He was trying to help him out, and it ended up making more of a scene than any of us would have liked, and the guards kind of got involved and told Rohan that he and Roland and Mira had to leave. But they're okay. They're on their way to the other inn, and we've got the earring. We can still communicate, and they'll be okay.
He just sighs and then he goes, "One of these days, Rohan's gonna get himself killed. There ain't gonna be jack shit we can do about it."
I'm just worried a little bit about him. There was this one kid back when I was on the farm who kind of couldn't stop putting things in his mouth. And I'm just wondering if Rohan's starting that late, or if he was always like that and we just didn't notice, or I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, how about that bath? I want to get this salt off.
Yeah, alright. Fine. I'll follow you.
So I'll head to the baths / saunas and everything.
I reluctantly follow.
You reluctantly follow.
Is it a full communal sauna where people are just hanging out in a small towel, or is it
there are
individual booths?
There are essentially there are individual saunas, but then there's a big communal one that has curtains drawn, so it's 3. So there are gendered ones essentially.
Mm-hmm.
If people want that, there's the 3 options there, but there's also single private ones if you want. The private ones you have to pay extra for.
Right. I don't want to walk into the sauna and have Cass just be like, "Oh, hey," and Streak just being like, "Merp,"
Is Garrett going to get cleaned up before heading to the sauna?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Garrett's gonna get cleaned up before going to the sauna.
So, I guess Frey heads to the baths. Garrett is going to get professionally cleaned up while, after convincing Shrieg to head to the sauna and meet Cassie.
Yeah, we'll probably maybe hit a bath first and then the sauna, but yeah.
Okay, well, yeah.
Whatever orders he's comfortable in.
Otherwise, let's go see what's going on with the 2 who don't get to hang out here and have fun at the rich place.
Yay!
Alright, so Mira, as you are standing in front of an alleyway with Roland panicking, he just... Okay, so what do I do now?
What do you want to do?
Run?
Well, what do you want to do other than that?
Find Streak?
We can... Well, he's in there, so I don't know if that would be the best idea if, it makes you anxious.
Alright, so in that case, what
I mean,
do you want?
we can go
No, it's okay.
farther away if you want to.
What do you think? Mira? Miss Mira? Do you prefer Miss Mira? Everyone else calls you Miss Mira, except for... Everyone at that house called you Miss Mira.
Well,
What
that
do you want to do,
was...
Miss Mira?
I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Are you? I did kick you in the face.
What? I'm fine. I mean, she just sort of like brushes some dirt off her nose or whatever. See? I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm very, durable. So, I'm more worried about you.
And during this time, was Rowan also making his way over to where Mira and Roland were?
I'm not going near them.
Okay.
I'm going to that inn, but I'm not going near them.
Okay.
Well, nobody told us to go to the inn!
Oh my god, these two are just sitting out here!
God damn it. Okay, I would go.
None of us have any money, also!
I have the money. I'll give you the damn money. God damn it. This guy wants to sleep in an alley. You're yelling at me about money right now.
We can sleep in an alley. That's fine.
Christ.
I don't care about
I'll
sleeping
come
in no
tell
alley.
you that we're going to the other end, I guess.
As you approach, he kind of like, he's still just like, Rowan, right? I'm sorry
Yes.
about that.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was telling
Okay.
Miss Mira here, I'm not brave and strong like Shriek. I tried, but I can't be. That's why Papa's hated me, I think.
No, that's not why. He hated you because he's an evil monster who's dead now, and you weren't willing to kill
okay.
people.
I was. He said I wasn't good enough at it. I wasn't Shriek, so he wouldn't let me.
Nobody's streak, but that's good.
And I'm sorry. I just
No,
You don't have anything to apologize for.
you really don't.
He just motions. All of this and you in a fight. I'm sorry, Rowan. Miss Mira.
No, I handled that badly. I
Oh, I
got worried that you
should have
were
been brave
running
like
and-
Shriek, and I'm sorry.
It
No.
takes practice to be brave.
Yeah. Also, the thing Streak had to do to become brave like he is not something anybody should have to go through. So, if that's the price for being brave, then
Where are we going
not.
now?
Well, we got kicked out of that inn. So,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here,
no,
I-
I'm happy to pay for us all to stay at the other inn. And,
I
amend-
here, and he produces a small coin purse and hands it to you.
No, I absolutely not. Keep your money.
No,
Let's go to the
it's-
other
It's
end.
the least I can do. I got us kicked out of there, and it's my fault. Take
I
it.
Absolutely
don't
did
think-
not. You absolutely did not.
He
what I was
throws the
thinking.
coin purse to your feet. Please, just take it, please.
I will pick it up and put it in my pocket, but I'm not gonna do anything with it.
Yeah. We should find this inn.
Right?
You
You're gonna be okay to go there? And we
I
could
guess,
just get a room and
guess so.
sit down and have a nice, quiet time.
Yeah. Can you let go of me now?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
He immediately just backs up a couple feet, and you can see
Sorry.
he looks like he's ready to start running, and no, I've gotta be brave. I've gotta be
It's
brave.
okay. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to, get lost, or not be able to find us or anything.
Okay. Let's go. And you guys head over to Belton Ozen, or Beltol Ozen.
I'm giving them like a solid 10 to 15 feet of space. Just like we're
Roland
not
does
a
keep
group
looking back at you, like guilty every time. Like, big puppy dog guilt eyes every time he looks at
Why?
you.
What is he guilty about?
I think he's been very open about what he was guilty about.
I don't understand. I know. Look, we all have trauma, okay? Who doesn't? Give me a break.
Cassie doesn't have any trauma.
That's why she gets a fancy room.
Does that mean Frey doesn't have any trauma?
Well, he's building up some now.
And you guys are able to get a room. They are going to be running 3 silver a night.
That's fine.
It includes the breakfast stew and access to the baths.
Cool. They're on me. Wait, 3 rooms, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So that is.
Otherwise, are you guys just going to be Roland Wolf, can we, Miss Spira, I don't, it's okay if you say no, I just, can we share a room tonight? I'm just really, worried.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. So, that'll be 5 silver for the double and then 3 for the single.
Okay.
I'm used to looking after children. It's fine.
Wait, was that Alex talking?
No. Fuck no.
Why not? You're so good at it.
Shut up.
I could say something horrible right now.
Shut up,
All I had to
Robert.
do was say that. You knew what I was gonna say, so I don't need to
I
say
don't know what you were gonna say, but I know that I can tell you to shut up because you were gonna say something rude.
I was gonna say, well, it would be rude to you, not most people.
Good.
I'll just PM it to you so you can gag.
You motherfucker.
Anyway, so, otherwise, you guys get your rooms. It is quiet. The rooms are across the hall from each other. Room 204 and 216. In case you want to write that down. That's 204 for Mira and Roland, and 216 for Rowan.
I'm sure you're writing it down somewhere in your little notebook of props you're setting for us.
Well, there it is, just in case.
Yeah.
And
402
you
or
guys-
204?
Sorry.
Okay.
And you make your way up to your rooms, get your things organized. You do have access to the baths on premises. It's by no means fancy. It's a simple room. It's little more than a bed and a window, but honestly, what more could you ask for? Honestly, I mean, it's pretty nice. The window has drapes. You don't see that often in cheap rooms. But otherwise, is there anything else you guys were immediately doing?
I'm bathing and sleeping.
Nope.
Alright.
Wash my face. As long as there's like a water basin or something.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the anti-trauma Hilton,
Hashtag no trauma allowed.
Strieg, you get cleaned up and make your way to the... Are you getting cleaned up and making your way to the saunas to meet with Cassie and Molly?
I guess so.
I mean, are you?
Dad told me I had to, so yeah.
Garrett is unfortunately not going to be joining you because he's getting the full treatment. The full Vekanian treatment to get cleaned up, rather than just a bath. So, yeah. Otherwise, you guys You make it towards the sauna. Are you going to the same one? Do you want to meet, like, it looks like Cassie and Molly are in a private sauna, which they have paid extra for.
Is Frey with me, or am I on my own?
Frey does not have sauna access.
Oh, okay.
Frey could not afford sauna access.
Yeah,
That
that's
might be
only
the
for, like,
worst thing
the
I've ever said about
super rich
Frey.
people.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I'll just join Cassie and Molly.
As you are walking into the private sauna room, you hear Molly, "If you so much as bring your hand close to me, I will flay your fingers and then tear off each bone, knuckle by knuckle."
Is she saying that to me?
No, you don't hear, like, that. You just hear her say that as you're, like, entering the room.
Alright, fair.
And you come in, and it is not just a sauna, it is a full-on, like, it is a full-on spa. It is hot and humid in here, but they are also both sitting in a, like, almost bubbling hot bath. Like, it is a very hot bath that they are both sitting in. You can see that Cassie is sitting there on a bench, submerged up to about the shoulders, and someone is leaning down and giving her a shoulder massage. There is someone else, there's another woman that is standing there and is holding towels, and someone else is currently walking out with their clothes going to wash them.
Very fancy.
Immediately she just, because it's not doors, it's just like very thick, heavy curtains, and Cassie just turns around excitedly. "Oh, Strig, you're here! Oh, I didn't actually think you were going to be joining us. You're of course free to. I thought you wouldn't want to. Sometimes I feel like you kind of hate me and everything about me, and I'm not actually sure, because sometimes you're really nice to me, but then there's other times where it feels like every time I try and touch you, you just want to be anywhere else in the world, and it really hurts, and I don't know how to really approach you to ask about that. So I really don't know how to react, so sometimes I just like leaving you on your own and hoping that you'll make a good decision, but then you don't communicate it that well."
He stares at her for a second, like, mouth open.
Not that that's a bad
sorry.
thing. No, it's okay. I just wish you'd talk to me more about if you hate me or not.
I don't hate you.
Oh, good. Come on in. It's really hot. I mean, it's, you
Okay.
know, hot in here, but, you know, get comfortable.
Alright.
I can,
Sorry.
she turns to the other lady who is currently holding their clothes. Did you, and she, goes to, pauses, and, did you want a massage as well?
No, I'm really good.
Oh, okay. And, yeah, you guys are, Cassie is getting a massage. Molly is sitting there staring daggers at the masseuse. And they're just kind of sitting next to each other in a bench. It is almost bubbling hot water on this bench in the water. It is a full-on spa in here. And she's just quietly, for the first time in her life, quietly enjoying something.
So awkward for me, not even just Streak. I have no idea what I'm doing.
You close your eyes and you relax and you try not to fall asleep and drown. That's all you do.
Okay.
A few moments later, someone else arrives with a couple of robes as well. Oh, good. Well, we're ready to get out. We have robes now. I thought it was going to be cold because it's really cold outside, but you know what? It's actually kind of warm even in the main room with the saunas and everything, so it's going to be nice to see.
I'll just kind of nod.
And she just continues to relax, and this is, Cassie is as quiet as you can possibly imagine. Just sitting here, soaking in a spa, where it's humid as hell, getting a massage. She's in heaven. Molly is staring at her in a mixture of confusion and then staring at the second masseuse with the rest of her expression, one of murder. And then Molly like looks at you. And she just stares for a couple of minutes at you, like just making eye contact without saying anything.
I make eye contact without saying anything right back. Two can play at that game.
After about, she's not like doing a staring contest, she does blink occasionally, but after about 2 minutes, she just, like, narrows her eyes a little bit at you and, like, looks to read an expression on your face, and then... Streak, why are you here?
I really don't know.
She looks over at Cassie. She knows why she's here, and she seems to know why we're here, but... She shakes her head. Why are you here? Why do you want to be here? I don't mean... And she motions around her. Here in Vekania. I mean, here in this hot bath.
Because Cassie asked me to and Garrett said I should.
She looks so confused. Do you ever make your own decisions, Streak? You should try that.
Streak goes real quiet at that and breaks eye contact.
That was mean.
He just looks down.
It was necessary.
I am not meaning to be mean, I am just confused. Cassie does everything for you or something, I'm not quite sure. And then you come into a spa with a woman obsessed with you that's in a bath not wearing any clothes because you're told to and not because you want to, even though you obviously don't want to. What is it you want, Streak? And Cassie just, oh, leave him alone, he'll be fine. He's probably just having a rough day. And Molly just, no one else is talking to him about this. And at this point, Cassie, like, she waves off the masseuse and, like, leans forward a little bit. Okay, well, I'm waiting for an answer now, too.
Hey.
And now there's 2 women sitting in the spa with you, staring at you, waiting for an answer.
I'm gonna go. Thanks. Goodbye. And I get up and leave.
Wink.
Somewhere Roland is still crying, going, I'm not brave like Strieg is.
Streak is not brave.
That's what I'm telling him.
Ugh.
Oh, I love him. I love Strieg so much.
Garrett, what are you doing? Are you heading into the private spa?
Sure, I will go into a private spa.
Streak, as you are, like, the one with, like, where Streak was at?
Dad's gonna see you not doing what you were told.
Dad just told me I had to go. He didn't say how long I had to stay.
Exactly. I didn't tell him how long. I said he should go. I didn't even tell him he had to go. I just said, hey, you should go just so Molly doesn't feel like shit. Or not Molly, so Cass doesn't feel bad because she's gonna want to see you. But like, I didn't say he had to. If he doesn't want to stay, he doesn't have to stay.
So you head out, and while you're heading out, I guess Garrett's heading in.
Sure.
And Streak, as you're walking by, you almost don't recognize Garrett. Like, you see a man, short, clean beard, much shorter hair, wearing a nice green, like, emerald cloak, completely new clothes. And he, like, his hair looks cleaner. It's not dirty. There's some blonde to it. There's still some gray in his beard, but he just looks a lot more put together immediately. And, like, you have to, like, do a double take to notice that it's him. And, yeah, Garrett, as you're walking, you see Streak heading the other way.
I just kind of give him the head incline, like, sup, nod, and head towards the, you know, just acknowledge that he's there and whatever, but...
He kind of just like half nods back and books it out.
And, are you heading into the one where, Streak came out of?
No, I'll take one myself.
You head into a private one, and shortly after, a masseuse arrives with a bunch of offerings of fruits. It looks like it is raspberries and looks like raspberries, apples, and slices of pineapple.
Are they appy slices, or are they... Or they whole apples?
It's sliced
Sliced
apples,
apples?
baby.
Garrett
wants his appy slice.
Garrett wants his appy slices. I'll take a little bit of all three, and
they'll feed it to you if you want. This place is opulent as fuck.
Garrett wouldn't let them feed it to him. He'll eat it himself, but he will get that massage.
Oh, that is a heavenly massage for an old man who's been on the road for a while.
Or like not just shoulder, like full body if they have the massage table for it.
Oh yeah, they'll give you a full body later once you're out of here too.
Yep.
Robert.
What? Anyway, yeah, so other than that, Frey, you get cleaned up over the course of the night. Is there anything else you are doing?
I think Frey is gonna actually just spend some time in the room doing some sketches, just trying to get all this stuff that's happened lately, like, out of his head, down on paper and charcoals, images of, like, the ship, various people, but especially that glass spirit monster thing, and Captain Wallace.
Of course, the heartbreaking visages on paper to stare back at.
Yeah. So, like, around what time is it?
I mean, closing in on midnight at this point.
Okay.
Aaron did forget to mention the lantern is back, and you know Streak ain't doing it. Oh.
Oh yeah, where is the lantern at this point? Do we know?
It was in my chest, so presumably it's with my things, question mark.
Yes.
Did you bring your things?
Yeah? What do you mean?
Yeah, it would be
Were-
with
were
Mira's
they
personal
at the,
effects.
Okay. Like on you, I mean, because we left to the other end.
Oh, I guess so.
Okay.
I guess. I guess you guys have her stuff. She's sad that she can't like mend her spare dress,
Alright, so.
and that there's a creepy lantern, unsupervised.
I mean, if you tell me, I'll communicate it back, but I don't know if you're telling me.
Well, Rowan said he was cleaned up and going to bed, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. I'm out.
Mary just sits up all night worrying about a spooky lantern.
Ronnie, you had something?
Yeah, so Frey, like, feeling very restless, not really all that good about the stuff that's happened. I think after a while, he's going to get up and go looking for distraction, and he's going to try and find someone to get an invitation into one of these saunas with. Just some, some casual flirting, some he just
Give me charisma
looking for a
connect.
distraction.
I hope so badly this is successful.
It does not take long for Frey to find someone who's like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's go, let's head into that sauna. Like, people are it does not take long for somebody to just like, yeah, let's go.
Let's be naked together, baby.
Frey absolutely does not go anywhere physical with it, but he'll let the other person imagine it's fine. So yeah, that's what he's going to be doing tonight until he finally decides to go to bed.
And you would at some point, I imagine, run into Garrett there in the saunas and spa, and you get to see the horrifying new cleaned up what happened to my homeless wayfinder Garrett, who looks like the dignitary they've been treating him as.
Frey I think is just kind of like reclining back a little at this point, and like his eyes are following Garrett without quite realizing why he looks so familiar for a moment, and then it clicks, and he just I think he will lift a hand to Garrett and say, "This place is doing you some good."
I will, respond back with to the wave and just be like, yes, I'm glad to finally get out of all that salt and fish smelling stuff. And hey, if you want, I can see about getting all your clothes laundered for you and just say they're mine.
Would anybody believe that? But of course I won't say no.
The laundry people aren't gonna know.
But no, please be my guest. It'd be quite welcome.
Yeah, of course. I'll get that. As part of the service here, whatever clothes you came in with are gonna be, laundered and taken care of for you. So that's on whoever's dime that was. But I'll make sure that the rest of the clothes up in the room and whatever get taken care of. But
Thank you. Well, I'll be back up once I finish my drink with my new friend here.
Say I'm about to go back and meet up with Lester there and do some reminiscing.
Well, enjoy the evening. I hope it'll be a pleasant reminiscence after everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully. So, But I'll also see about making sure that that bottle gets up to you as well there, just so you got one anyways. Even if it's late, we can have it for lunch. With lunch.
You can save it for the road.
Exactly.
Well, if I don't catch you before I turn in, or if you turn in before me, have a good night.
Yes, you as well.
All right. And yeah, Frey will try and enjoy the rest of his night.
All right. You do hear the sound of what seems like from one of the other rooms, what sounds like crying, and then eventually the unending stream of consciousness speak of Cassie. You can't make out everything that's going on, but she seems to think that Streak secretly hates her and is only being nice because he's nice.
Oh, no.
What does that mean?
Like, she seems to be using Molly as her therapist.
Oh, and Frey hears this.
You get
Or
bits
is
and
this-
pieces. Yeah, like, you're getting it,
Okay.
but, like, it's, you know, you're hearing off, oh, but wait, what happens if he really does hate me? What if he ends up, what if I die? What if I die and he doesn't care? What if he dies and I don't care? What if I end up falling out of love with him? What if something else happens? What if it doesn't matter in the end at all? What if none of this matters? What if all of my beliefs are wrong? Like, stuff like that. We're hearing bits and pieces.
Yeah, Frey will leave that to Molly.
And you do not
does
hear
not
anything.
have
Molly
it.
is much quieter and does not pierce through the silence.
Yeah, Frey does not have the emotional capacity tonight to try and handle that.
But otherwise, you guys finish up a fairly enjoyable and very safe night. You get your rest. Everything feels great. And it is another morning in lovely Vekania, in lovely Milo Harbor, that you awaken to. The question now is, as a new morning starts, what are you guys gonna do? Who wants that? Let's see what's going on with Poor Gang. Band Gang. Not Poor Gang. Band Gang. Mira. Rowan. New morning. What you guys doing?
Freshening up as best as possible. Getting ready to go, I guess.
Yeah, I think probably in the morning I would want to go back to, was it the Mystic Tide? And just say thank you and also maybe see if I can get her to, I don't know, give me any, like, secret spells or anything.
Secret spells.
I don't know, but, you know, like,
Oh,
any
yeah.
of her knowledge. Or if she has, like, some spare immortality potions or whatever.
Okay, so you head over back to the Mystic Tide. It is open, the door is propped open, and there is, like, as you're approaching, there is a strong smell of lavender and something else coming from inside.
Nice.
You go in, and she is burning incense and has this big bowl of potpourri, looks like dried lavender and something else, on a small table in the middle display. She kind of, like, looks up from where she is sitting and reading a book, and just, oh, hello there, Mr.
Rohan.
Rohan,
and
yes.
This time I have, like, my glamour up and, like, I hopefully look.
You look much
nice.
better today.
Yes, thank you.
I'm so happy that things turned out well. I
Yes.
perish the thought of someone dying on my doorstep.
Yeah, I mean, you're a lifesaver, literally. I just wanted to drop by and let you know that no symptoms this morning, so I think we're safe. And to thank you again.
I always appreciate a man in a life debt to me.
Of course. Anytime you need anything, just say the word.
You're saying that you would lay down your life for me, then?
Absolutely. I was willing to do it for much less just yesterday, so...
I'm not going to ask. But perhaps you should take a little bit of care of your life. If I'm going to need it in the future, I'd like to have it unspoiled.
Yeah. You know, I'm starting to think you might be right. I was also wondering, you know, my party and I are traveling to Artavista. My hope is to study at the Lucian Ray and learn some you know, higher magic there. I was just wondering if you, I don't know, had any expert tips you might teach me or something that I can work on in the meantime.
Lucian
Obviously,
Ray is
you're an
just
extremely
lovely
lovely
place. The only tips I could give her would be ready to sign your life away. Not in a bad way, but no offense, but someone who comes in poisoned in the middle of the night and doesn't know what to do generally doesn't have the kind of coin needed for a private education now.
That's true. I do know a few people who might be able to help with that, I think. We've had the fortune of helping some people on the road who have connections there. So I'm hoping that
Lovely.
maybe they'll be able to help. But yeah, but yeah, if that's what it takes, then, you know, I will cross that bridge when it comes to it.
I think it's burn that bridge when we come to it, but neither here nor there.
Sure.
Well, of
Yeah,
course you cross a bridge when you come to it. But that doesn't make any sense, is it? It's alright, Mr. Rowan. What, It's alright, not everyone can remember them all. It's a lot.
Okay. Actually, I do have one question. I have this potion. I think I want to show her the vial of burst frostfire that I got. Actually, I'll probably show her like a few of the things I got from the Ardenford alchemical lab and see if
Okay.
she like knows anything about them. Like the Vekanian heart and the vial of burst frostfire, the beast draft, whatever.
Alright, you show her the Vekanian heart, and she, like, narrows her eyes at that and, like, looks up at you, and... I'm sorry, where did you get this?
We just came from Fortuny Sol, and I was working with someone at the Ardenford alchemical lab, and I got it from there.
How did you get it exactly?
You know, I'm not sure I'm at liberty to say.
Did you steal this, Mr. Rowan?
Can I get a sense? Is she gonna like tell on me, or like is she like hitting
It's not
on
her
me?
jurisdiction. She doesn't care. She doesn't like Rayland anyways.
Like,
I mean, she was on like a first name basis with the Bright yesterday. This definitely seems like the kind of thing they might be interested in.
she seems very concerned about this item.
Concerned like that I shouldn't have it and somebody should do something about that, or that like I might die because I have it.
Probably, I'm gonna go with a mixture of both? Like,
Okay.
you can't really tell. It's just concern.
Okay.
You understand what this is, correct?
Vaguely.
And why you should not have it, correct?
Well, why don't you tell me?
You know what a golem is, Mr. Run?
Vaguely. I've heard of them.
This is how they can be created. This is a
Okay.
living as living as a Vekanian can be, being. It is essentially a soul created of mana. You can imbue something with this and give it sentience, give it life. It already has a personality and thoughts. It can probably perceive us talking right now. It just needs to inhibit something.
Is it something that would be used for
I do not
bad
know.
purpose usually?
Where did you say that you got it again, Mr. Rowan?
The Ardenford Alchemical Lab.
Alright, and why do you have it? If they gave it to you there, they should be able... What is it that you don't know about? Because they should have told you everything. And why would they have given it to you, Mr. Rowan?
You know? Great point. I'm gonna cast Super Light.
Oh my god, it's already coming in handy.
I feel like in this moment, I'm just like, I cannot get in trouble again. Everyone is going to murder me. I just have to get out of here. I made a bad
dig
decision
this hole
here.
deeper so I do not get noticed.
Well, I mean... Wait, hold on. I have to read this real quick, because, hold on.
Just in case my super lie doesn't work.
Well, I just need to know, are they going to know if they, if they succeed the mental save, do they know? But
It doesn't seem
does
like it.
Seem like it. Okay. Okay, wait. I'm gonna try this one time without casting it. Okay, hold on. I think I would say, you know, I am working with one of the professors there, Professor Campo, but they're working on some, or what's the word? Some discreet, some surreptitious investigations into some high-profile crimes that have happened recently,
What are you doing with it, though? Why here? Where are you taking it? Why do you have it?
well,
This is dangerous, Mr. Rowan.
primarily they wanted it out of the lab because they were being forced to work with some unsavory characters because of the crimes that they were investigating, and they didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. They didn't tell me much. I think they just wanted to be rid of it, and you know, that's why I'm asking now, because
Give me a charisma convince.
I figured it would probably be a good thing to know what it is that I have.
I cannot see a world where they would... This thing could be worth a lot of coin, Mr. Rowan. We're talking thousands and thousands of gold, easily. Why would they give it to you?
Well, I mean, this is somebody who I trust and have a relationship with. This isn't something that I would pawn off.
But why would they give it to anyone, is my question. This has such value. If they needed to get rid of it, they could have sold it to a private buyer easily.
Well, they want it to be in the hands of someone they trust who won't use it for...
But why bring it here?
Well, I was getting out of town. I didn't have much of a choice. But...
Like, it's not that she doesn't believe you, it's just that the whole story doesn't make sense to her.
I mean, there's a good reason for that, so, you know. I can't fault her for that, but...
Yeah.
Okay. I think I saved my spell slot. Anyway,
I'm just... This could be
it is good to
dangerous.
know. It's definitely good to know that, that... To have a sense of its power, then, so
I don't know exactly how powerful. You don't know what kind of personality it has. It can hate you. It could want nothing more than your death.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not saying I would do this, but just since you're mentioning how dangerous it could be, is there a way to disenchant it, to extract the mana from it again?
I perhaps, but I don't know. Like I said, it's already a being as much as it can be. It's already been created.
Yeah.
You would only get a fraction of its value if you're trying to convert it into
No,
mana.
not for selling. Just
sell it and buy mana for it. You'd get much more than the raw materials you'd receive back.
Well, I was asking in case there was a reason that we needed to make it not as powerful, in case somebody was going to get their hands on it. Like you said, this is something that not everybody should have their hands on. So
She just gives another, like, just knowing nod. It's just horrifying, Mr. Rowan, that... Be careful with that.
yeah, I wish I'd known its nature before I had taken ownership of it. I guess I should have words with the person who gave it to me, but you know.
I will warn you, though. You will not be... They will not allow you in Artivishta with that.
Okay.
When you
That's
try
good
and
to
bring
know.
that in, they will... You know of the Bright Protection laws. They will... You're not a citizen. They will search everything that you own.
Right. Okay. Yes, I
That
will.
could be a... Could be the sort of thing that causes an attack, like the one to Mr. Viacort's family.
Right. Well, okay. I will be sure to handle that. That's good information to have for more reasons than you know. Anyway, well, do you? I mean, this is a chemist shop. Is there anything interesting you might have here that I might be interested in, that I might want to buy?
I don't know. What would you want?
Magical items.
I am not. I'm
Potions.
not apt. Most of my work.
Okay.
I occasionally will work with small amounts of mana to enhance the effects of things, but. And she holds her
Okay.
hand up again, and green and red sparks come out of it. I'm
Yeah.
no proper alchemist.
Sure.
Apothecary, and a very good one.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What I do is very
Um,
little in the way of the arcane. When I need something enchanted or worked on, I go elsewhere.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you have any healing potions or anything? I'm sure I could use a few of those on hand, given the circumstances I've recently found myself in.
She just kind of like purses her lips a little bit. Perhaps I could... And she just kind of... Let me see here what I have. They're very expensive. They're a lot. And as she begins her hunt, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break. Alrighty. She hunts for a moment, looking through for whatever she may be able to find that would be able to assist you. And she just kind of has this moment of just like... I have a couple here. Let me see here. She produces a small vial of a very, like, transparent pinkish red liquid with little flecks of blue throughout it. She kind of like shakes it up, and it looks almost like a snow globe. And she just kind of like, this would certainly, they accelerate the body's natural healing capabilities. They are not the most powerful thing in the world, but they're not going to cure a broken leg or anything, but they could certainly handle a stab wound or sprains and the like.
Okay. Is it a single-use thing?
She holds it, and each vial is about 2.5 inches tall.
Okay, gotcha.
It's little more than a sip.
Gotcha. How much for each one?
I could do 300 gold each for them.
Okay. A little out of my budget at the moment, to be honest.
You said you had other
but-
things you wanted me to see. Perhaps we could come to a trade.
Should I? Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. I'll pull out the other stuff from the Ardenford lab. I'll even show her the fucking periscope mirror and shit. The bracelet. Fucking why not at this point? Oh, I also have a bunch of uncut gems that I've just been sitting on that I could probably like sell to her if she wants
Flip
them.
somewhere. Well, I don't think she's interested in. She
Yeah,
definitely she's not interested in being a middleman here.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't know what she uses, but you know. Okay. I mean, I will show her basically everything I have. I'll show her the. Is she looking for like potions, or is she looking for like in general like?
I mean, she's fine trading for
items?
potions, unless you have any other ingredients.
Don't think so.
Like, say, mana squares, cubes, shards.
I have spices. I still have ground ginger and nutmeg.
But you have all those mana chunks.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'll
I'm not gonna
hold on
give.
those,
I want to save the mana chunks to eventually do something with them. Yeah, but I'll show her the like anti-magical fire resin thing. Actually, no, we keep that because now we have a fucking the lantern, so we keep that. I'll show her the beast draft and the vial of burst frostfire, I guess. And if she
The-
wants spices, then she can have those.
The beast draught she seems interested in very much. The vial of burst frostfire. How did you describe that to her? What did you know about it?
I know nothing.
Just that
I
it was
say-
called a vial of burst frostfire.
Yeah, and that it was also given to me by the person from the Ardenford Alchemical Lab. They didn't
That
tell me much
certainly
about it.
seems dangerous. I'm not the most interested in that sort of
Okay.
thing, but without being
enough.
able to analyze what it really does, something that has burst in its titled name certainly sounds dangerous. But
True. Fair enough.
if you
But the
include
beast
the spices and I would do your beast draught and your spices for 2 of these potions of accelerated healing.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right. You lose your beast draught. You lose the nutmeg
And the ground ginger.
and the ground ginger.
Amazing.
And you gain 2 potions of accelerated healing.
Great.
Those heal 1d6 plus 1 HP.
Nice.
And that is considered magical healing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a pleasure doing business with you.
And you, I am very happy that you survived. It would have been a shame if I was not making these deals, but she gives you a little pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Ron.
Of course. Let me know if there's ever
Mystic
anything I
Tide
can
is
do for you.
always here for you.
Amazing. Well, you have a good day. I leave before I fuck
And
up
Rowan
anything
will
else.
never know how fleeced he was.
Really? Fair enough. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I think the thing is also, like, at this point, Rowan is not putting anything in his mouth that he doesn't know. So, like, he was never going to take it anyway, probably.
Put the Vercanum
I'm
heart
long
in your
enough to
mouth.
learn.
Take a chunk out of the Vercanum heart. See what happens. Oh,
Wait,
all
what do
right.
you mean? Oh, to eat it. Okay. I
Yeah,
thought-
try that one. Oh. All right. What about
Not-
what about Mira? What's she doing? Roland is still sleeping, like late.
I guess wait around.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna leave him.
Okay.
I don't have any of my shit, so it's not like I can, read a book or play music or whatever.
So while Mira, you
She
wait
probably
around
has
for...
like a pocket sewing kit or something. She could I don't know, mend the hem of her dress or something.
Okay. And eventually, after a couple hours, it's probably 10 or 11 a.m. when Roland finally awakens and just... I'm so sorry about all of this. It's just so... Is Rowan mad?
No. Not at all. It's really not your fault.
It is. If I
It
didn't
isn't.
run, none of this would have happened.
Well, I'm sorry that you think it's your fault, but I really disagree.
I'm sorry for upsetting you, Miss Mira.
I'm not upset.
You sound upset.
Do I? Now she's confused.
Maybe? Now he's confused.
I'm not upset, I promise.
Okay. What do we do now? We leaving?
I guess so. Well, Rohan already left, so
I guess he wants to avoid me.
I don't think that's true.
Okay. Okay. He gets up and you guys have breakfast and a late breakfast and head out.
Yep.
Frey, Garrett, Strieg. Strieg, were you sleep out on the floor?
Yep.
You awaken to the sound of the door creaking very quietly open. And she doesn't seem to be paying you any mind, but it looks like Cassie is just sneaking out of the room, trying not to awaken or disturb you.
Okay, I'll let her go.
Otherwise, I mean, you can get up or go back to bed.
Kind of like stick my head up. Is Molly still in bed?
You would have to check the bedroom.
How many rooms are in this hotel room?
It has a private bathroom with like a full bath. It has a separate room with like a walk-in closet slash, room to apply makeup and do hair and things like that. And then it also has a bedroom and a maid room. So 4.
What room am I in?
I assume that Strieg was sleeping in the main room.
Oh, okay.
If not, I assumed he didn't want to sleep in a closet or you know, bathroom.
No. No, yeah, that makes sense. I was
So-
just trying to get the picture.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. About what time do I think it is?
After sunrise.
Alright.
You
I'll
can still see the sun,
lay-
like, hitting in through the windows, so it's probably not super after sunrise.
I'll lay around for a few minutes and then haul myself up, see if I can track down Garrett and Frey or the others before heading to breakfast.
All right. So, in that case, Garrett, Frey, what are you two doing?
Freya's sleeping.
Garrett, what are
Garrett's-
you doing?
Garrett's waking up and going for breakfast.
All right, Garrett, you head down and get your complimentary breakfast. It looks like today it is a morning of... It seems like a twist on a classic. It is honey syrup bacon and poached eggs.
Ooh. Yes, that sounds delicious.
And the bacon comes in piles. They are just dumping it out in piles for buffet style. There are, of
Yeah,
course,
I'm-
fresh fruits, bread that has been baked this morning as fresh, butter, again, freshly churned and ready to go.
Yeah, no, that sounds delicious. Garrett is just tucking in with gusto on that bacon and eggs and all that.
The bacon is just perfectly, like, it's just got that little bit of, like, fresh maple honey stickiness to it that gives it, like, this almost, like, sweet aftertaste to mix perfectly with that kind of salty bacon taste. It is wildly interesting, and that and poached eggs, it is something else. And as you are eating, it is Streak who is the first person you see coming down. Actually, it would have been Cassie, but she snuck out. She, like, didn't make eye contact with you and just left elsewhere past the dining room.
Oh, poor Cass.
She looked nervous or something, you couldn't really tell.
I will, I'll wave Streak over.
Yeah, I'll get some breakfast and join him.
You sit across from a man who once looked like a homeless maniac, and now has cleaned up very well. It genuinely looks like you're sitting across from a noble right now. It is probably a little off-putting.
Garrett is sitting across from what looks like a slightly cleaner than usual homeless person.
Oh, you guys have your comfortable little table. You've got breakfast. Anything else you were doing?
No, just, I might ask him, how did things go with the, bath and everything? You look cleaner.
I am cleaner. Yep, that was a thing.
That doesn't sound good.
It was fine.
It's fine. You
What-
sure? Okay.
Yep, what was the plan for today?
Well, I think the plan is to recover a little bit. I want to check in and see if maybe my friend took a boat out of here or if he ended up over at the other boat or something, but we want to try to probably get on the way as soon as we can and keep moving. Unless anyone else wants to stick around for a little bit.
Alright. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Little while goes by. Does Frey come down?
Yeah, Frey will come down eventually, like late morning.
The smell of fresh bacon can draw even the fanciest man out of bed.
He would like to dive into that nice breakfast.
And nice it is. It's simple, but damn if it ain't something nice to have this time of day. Damn if it ain't something nice to have when you've been having fish stew and that sort of ilk every day for the past week. And yeah, you can see Garrett and Strieg sitting there.
Definitely a nice change. But yeah, Frey will say his good mornings.
Indeed. Good morning. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
I
I'm
think everyone's
tired.
tired. Yeah, I was gonna say I think everyone's tired.
So, in that case, as you guys are waking up with hopefully some renewed vim and vigor, as you finally reached the Vekanian borders of the world, as things are finally looking good, as you are finally on what is hopefully the last leg of this journey to the other side of the world. As dangers near and far give way to awkward moments between friends and allies. As you rest in beds for what's probably the last day for a little while. As you hope that your journey through Vekania is as easy as when you came in. It is here in the late morning in Milo Harbor that we will go ahead and end tonight's session. Oh boy, look at that level 4. You didn't even do well. You didn't even need to do a big lie.
Yay.
I don't know where things go from here for you guys. Like, is there anything else you need to do at this point, or are you just getting out?
I think we're just hitting the road again.
I'm
I mean,
so
like I said,
happy.
I want to check to see if maybe Dorian like caught a ship out, but yeah, unless anything else comes up.
Yeah, I think the only thing Frey might want to do is maybe do his thing and make some money before they leave.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't hurt.
Pilfer some coin before leaving. Oh.
I mean, Frey offers a real service. Quote unquote real.
Yeah, I was gonna say just like
Yeah.
John Edwards.
Well, his service is becoming more real. He just, hasn't totally adapted to that yet.
Yeah, Frey only thinks he's scamming people.
He just falls back into that habit without even thinking about it.
I guess doesn't make it better or worse if you only think you're scamming people. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you
was
for the
something.
session.
Next week, back on the road. You guys finally got a relaxed session after the intense and stress of Fortuny Soul.
Yeah, it was nice.
Indeed.
This was way.
I don't know. I
Ron
found
got
this
banned
pretty
from,
damn stressful.
This was way more stressful than the murder mystery.
I was so stressed.
Everything that happened after I got cured of poison was way worse than everything that happened before.
Okay.
You literally got health potions.
But the interpersonal awkwardness trumps everything.
Yeah.
Just let the PTSD boy run away. Like, it's easy.
I know.
But then we might not get him back.
Yeah,
but like
it
you
just
you
seemed-
almost make Garrett continue to look homeless. I gotta update Garrett's portrait again now.
I think if we had a way to like communicate with him after he left, I like would have let him go, but it
Make
really
him
felt
wear
like-
the earring.
I would love to, but you know, seems like not the move. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Anyway.
Until
I'm gonna
next
go-
time, friends. Deuces.
sit in my
Have a good
clothes.
one.
Yes.
You
Have
too.
a good
Oh,
night.
next week.